Happy holidays, everybody, and welcome to the Day Holiday Classic live from Mohegan Sun Arena. A triplet of action in high school basketball today, featuring some of the state's best teams, best players, and best storylines, and all the action is live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. So enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today at waterforddentalhealth.com. Casey O'Neill along with the coach, Chris Giusti, and welcome back for another season of high school basketball, and what a way to start game day schedule up. Then right here at Mohegan Sun, with last year's best team, last year's best player, and a team that's won over 20 state championships.
Yeah, kind of the UCLA of the state of Connecticut in the Hillhouse Academics. But what a fabulous event we have here at the Mohegan Sun. Burr, it's cold outside, but it's going to be toasty, and the lights are on tonight, Casey, and we get to see one of the top 50 players in the nation, if not top 10 players in the nation, class of 2026 in Notre Dame West Haven's Abdou Toure.
And Toure, who, was a sophomore last year, player of the game last year in the state championship, leading them to #1 overall ranking. Back as a junior, a lot of speculation about whether he would go to prep. Came back, he's the presumptive favorite to repeat that way. We're going to see a lot about him. And during the course of his outing, he's going to resemble our guy on the sideline, Wheeler's own Keith O'Brien, the sports doctor. Sports doctor, hello.
Two of the best teams in the state going at it. Talked to both coaches before the game. One coach says, we're good. The other coach says, yeah, we're all right. Well, I think both these teams are more than all right, Casey. It should be a fun game, up and down the court. Let's have some fun at the Mohegan Sun.
Thank you, Sports Doctor. Absolutely, both teams undefeated on the season. And Hillhouse, I think, maybe a little bit of a surprise. And, Coach Renard Sutton said he likes being under the radar. So don't make too much of us just yet. But they have a couple of returning really good players in his son, actually, Avery Sutton, along with Boogie Coleman, and a transfer, Jordan Sierra-Bionian from Venezuela, and he's outstanding, international flair. So they're going to go up against the premier player in all of the state. And think about Toure at Notre Dame, a sophomore top 50 player. I think before this year's done, he does crack the top 15. And, on game day, we've been lucky enough to have Chris Dunn, Donovan Klingen. This is another in our opportunities to present to you players. You might see him playing in the league someday. So it's a pleasure to tip us off with that. Of course, after this one, we will have Wheeler in Old Lyme, which is full of its own storylines, what darlings they were of the state last year. And then the nightcap tonight is the rivalry of rivalries in the ECC, New London and St. Bernard, and there is no love lost between those two teams. It should be a lot of fun. And speaking of a lot of fun, whenever we're here at Mohegan Sun, we get to get it done with our own guy, Bill Glennie, the PA voice of the ECC here at Mohegan Sun. Bill's going to take us through all of our opening announcements before we get ready to tip this one off, and I am pretty excited about it. So let's turn it over to PA announcer Bill Glennie, and he will walk us through the starting lineups, and then we will get going on what is like you said, a frigid day outside, but it'll be nice and warm here in the Mohegan Sun.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Mohegan Sun Arena for the 2024 Holiday Classic, sponsored by The Day. Game number 1 of our triple header features the Academics of Hillhouse and the Notre Dame West Haven Green Knights. Be sure to check out theday.com for athlete spotlights as well as full replays and highlights of tonight's game. At this time, we'd like to direct your attention to the big board as we meet tonight's teams.
Kamari Harris, Conti West Hills. Giovanni Magnan Rosario, Nathan Hale School.
Ty Showtime Rogers, LW Beecher.
Jordan Sironian, Marina STEM.
Gene Gomez and Roberto Clemente, Leadership Academy.
Kanan Stewart, Davis Street. Tyrese Kelly, Edgewood Madden School.
Jabari Edwin, Winter Green.
Tyrese Gaither, Davis Academy.
Wilbur House, Highville Charter School.
Christian Thomas, Easons.
Fidel Mamon Tarek, Easons.
Avery Boy Sutton, Worthington Hooker Middle School.
Abdullah Sharif, Elm City.
Jared Boogie Coleman, Easons.
George Gaynham, St. Mary's Middle School.
Agent Reese, Bailey Middle School.
Winston Gomerville, Morris Shannon Middle School. Ulyss Nyangre, St. Mary's Middle School.
Jonathan Jones, St. Rita's.
Tyrell Bryant, Wintergreen Magnet School.
Christian Hubbard, Wintergreen Magnet School.
Landon Krieger, Adams Middle School.
Sekou Toure, MX Middle School.
Jovan Lakash, St. Lawrence School.
Abdul Toure, Edgewood Magnet School.
Curtis Ezekiel, Worcester Middle School.
Dimitri Boudry, Harborside Middle School.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our two teams. First, Hillhouse picked up wins over Stanford and Holy Cross to start the season off at 2-0. After Christmas, they will host New London on Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock. Led by head coach Cecil Sutton, the Academics are wearing their white jerseys with blue lettering. Put your hands together. Let's meet their starting five. Starting at guard, a senior, number 1, Giovanni Rosario. Starting at guard, a junior, number 2, Ty Rogers. At guard, a junior, number 4, Jordan Serapionian. Starting at guard, a senior, number 22, Avery Sutton. And starting at forward, a senior, number 35, Jared Coleman. Fans, this brings us to Notre Dame West Haven. Wins over Xavier and Ridgefield have them at 2-0 to start the season. After Christmas, they travel to Florida to take on Winter Haven High School in the Vanguard School Holiday Tournament. Wearing their black jerseys with green lettering, led by head coach Jason Shea. Make some noise, let's meet their starting five. Starting at guard, a sophomore, number 2, Kadrian Reeves. Starting at guard, a junior, number 4, Eli Senyange. Starting at forward, a junior, number 14, Landon Krieger. Starting at forward, a junior, number 22, Jovan Lakai. And starting at guard, a junior, number 23, Abdu Torre. Fans, your officials tonight are Mr. Dave Cruz, Mr. Chad Cooney, and Mr. Tim Viveris. At this time, we ask everyone to please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose much sights and bright stars through the Mamelon's light o'er the ramparts we watched, were some gallantly streaming, and the rocket
tip it off, let's just talk a little bit about what you see between the two teams that you think will be important, as we head into this one.
Two heavyweights going at it tonight here, Casey. Notre Dame West Haven, 28-0 last year, 2-0 already this year. Depending on what metric you look at, what rankings, they're in the top 80 in the country. But Hillhouse, that doesn't scare them at all. And they play a style that's intimidating, defensive-minded, tough. So right away, how Notre Dame West Haven handles their man-to-man pressure and their tenacious athleticism will, be the thing I'm looking for, because on paper, Notre Dame West Haven, has the more talented and more experienced team with obviously the highly touted Torrey.
Well, we're getting ready to tip this one off, and we should be letting you all know we have a brand new sponsor here in Game Day. Let's welcome Kuchar Financial. So this opening tip is sponsored by Kuchar Financial. When you want more than just tips, when you want sound financial planning, go see Lee Kuchar at Kuchar Financial in New London. Lee can help with financial planning and investment, tax preparation, and planning your business and personal needs. Feel better about your financial decisions. Go see Lee at Kuchar Financial. We are ready to go. We're going to tip it off, and tipping it off will be Toure and Avery Boy Sutton, Coach Renard's son. And back under the basket for Hillhouse is one of the biggest human beings you're going to see on this floor tonight, and that is Boogie Coleman. Right away, the tip was won, but then it went off the knee of Toure, so Hillhouse will have the opening possession. Your starters here, Hillhouse will have Giovanni Rosario, Ty Showtime Rogers, JS, they call Jordan Serabionen, Avery Sutton, and Boogie Coleman. Right to the basket. Reverse layup is good from Showtime Rogers. That's why he likes that name. Little reverse layup.
Both teams opening up man-to-man here to start it off.
Dump down to Krieger. Kicks out for the three. In and out from Lacage, and the rebound comes down into the hands of Rogers. Kadrian Reeves, Senyange, Krieger, Lacage, and Toure for Notre Dame. And off the foot of Hillhouse, out of bounds, it'll go over to Notre Dame.
Both teams with a turnover early on, trying to get their feet grounded here at the Mohegan Sun court.
So bringing the ball up, Notre Dame, Kadrian Reeves, the sophomore. Looking inside it goes, and there's Toure on an easy basket. Nice look from Landon Krieger.
Yeah, beautiful flex offense, baseline cut, wide open for the layup.
Sutton heads to the basket, tries to find Coleman, does. Little jump hook in the lane is good. Lacage running the floor, kicks back out. Reeves, Coleman got a piece underneath, and Hillhouse will scrap for it. They'll push. Rogers. Back up top now, Coleman. Coleman will launch the three. That's going to go side rim, but Sutton, strong rebound, kicks it back out. Hillhouse with a second chance opportunity here. Rosario, he pulls up for three. Got it! Giovanni Rosario with the first got it of the year on game day.
Challenged shot, that was a tough one, a fadeaway from Rosario. He's the leading scorer for Hillhouse through 2 games so far this season.
Answer three is short, and Hillhouse coming up in the other direction with an early 5-point lead. Finger roll is swatted by Toure, who gets it himself and gets it up to Senyange. Toure, NBA straightaway three, back iron, no good. Hillhouse, own worst enemy right now with the couple of turnovers. Otherwise, they have had the best of it here in the early going. Sutton with a straightaway three, no good. And Toure will let that go out of bounds. One thing that's interesting if you're Notre Dame, so you win the state championship last year, number 1 team in the state, and you turn the ball you give the ball into the hands of a sophomore, Kadrian Reeves, to run your team. But that's because there are no seniors on this Notre Dame team. So sorry, rest of the state, but they're going to do this again next year.
Yeah, and Coach calls him KK, and he really likes what he's got out of his new point guard.
Put back is good from Toure. Foul, and he'll go to the line.
So if you can't make it from the outside, get an offensive rebound and an easy putback. Notre Dame had taken 3 straight 3-point shots before Toure gets the offensive putback.
You know, that's one thing about his game. He talked about the areas that he could improve. He mentioned, you know, obviously the outside shooting. But one of the areas he said that he could improve on is his work on the glass. And that time, an offensive rebound when they needed it. Coleman, Toure got a hand on it and bounced it off of Coleman's knee out of bounds. And so another turnover for Hillhouse.
Yeah, 2 turnovers. They had a block shot, so haven't been able to get a shot up the last couple of possessions, but still hold the 3-point advantage.
Lakaj with the left hand, drives, kicks. Nice hands, knocks out of bounds. It'll stay here with Notre Dame. Both teams come in at 2-0. I think everyone thought Notre Dame was a consensus top pick. Hillhouse definitely looking the part as they'll compete in Division II. Nice dump down. Toure gave it inside to Krieger. Basket's good. He'll get the foul and he'll head to the line. Notre Dame seeming to make a point of getting it inside.
Yeah, nice land on 2, playing off 2 feet there, getting his balance, powering through. Strong kid. He had a great game last year in the state championship final.
Short and Coleman with a rebound. Let's not forget that that St. Bernard's team was very close to knocking this Notre Dame team off in that state championship game. But that little taste of victory, I think, is going a long way for Notre Dame. Rogers gets to the basket. He's fouled, so he'll go to the line.
Yeah, and you know, the high school season starts rather abruptly here in Connecticut. That's one thing that Coach Shea from Notre Dame West Haven wishes, that it might start a little bit earlier. Maybe utilize the Thanksgiving game as part of the state football playoffs.
I'm going to have to stop you right there. Don't say the T word, because you never know who's going to give you a hard time about the sacred of all days.
Okay. Well, I'm just passing along the information.
Let me just say this. Turkeys get treated better than our high school kids do because of Thanksgiving.
But in any case, you know, I think this team is still, you know, going through the developmental stages because it's a new season and this is game 3, so there's still some rust, getting used to playing with each other. And you see some of the sloppiness here early on.
Good hands from Coleman. Sira Bionian dumps down to Coleman. Coleman has the big size advantage. Probably shouldn't take it away from the basket. Rosario can't get the runner to go. Notre Dame loves to run themselves. Nice stutter step from Senyange. Blocked at the basket, but he gets his own rebound. Oh, nice move and touch from Landon Krieger.
He's been tough inside so far tonight. One-point game.
And you're right, both teams feel a little out of sync, you know, a little sloppy. Early rust. A lot of these kids that played fall sports are late getting back into basketball. Sutton, that was bothered by Toure. And Reeves can't get the floater, but Lakaj is there for the strong rebound. It'll be a jump ball. Possession arrow favors favors Hillhouse, but we're going to get some subs into the game as well. Wilbur House comes in for Hillhouse. That's convenient. George Ganem into the game for Notre Dame, as well as Quincy Dormeville and Jonathan Jones. So Notre Dame with 3 subs, and our first sub for Hillhouse as well. Sutton and Coleman, a little pick and roll up top. Sutton wild to the basket. That was bothered. Notre Dame with a chance to take its first lead of the game. There goes Toure. Good defense from Sutton. Kick out to Krieger for 3. Good. Landon Krieger, inside, outside. He's been the best player so far for Notre Dame, and they have their first lead of the game, 11-9.
Yeah, Hillhouse putting a lot of defensive attention on Toure. Krieger's found some opportunities to get some open shots.
So Notre Dame 2-0 with a win over Xavier and a win over Ridgefield. Now, Xavier and Ridgefield, that might sound like, ooh, man, those are 2 big-time programs. Both a little down this year. Hillhouse, on the other hand, 2 wins, Stanford and Holy Cross. I think the Holy Cross win in particular was a nice early win for them. Coleman spins, hangs. Toure gave him a problem, but it goes back into Coleman's hands for the follow.
Big fella.
Where the difference comes in is who their next game is against after today. Hillhouse has New London, big game. Notre Dame goes to Florida and plays Winter Haven. It's a scrum, and possession arrow will favor Notre Dame.
Yeah, talking to Coach Shea before the game, you know, great opportunity for them to go down and play in Florida. There'll be a lot more length, a lot more height that his team will have to deal with, but it's a good learning experience. Where it gets a little tricky is, you know, if you catch a couple losses down there, those count for your state tournament seeding back up here in Connecticut. And, you know, there's only 16 teams in the Division I tournament, and usually the top 4 seeds have 2 or less losses.
Toure pulls up just inside the 3-point line, no good. Rebound comes down, back into the hands of Toure! Oh. Poster dunk over, ironically, Fidel Maman Toure. So that was a Toure over Toure. Woo! Ole, big time dunk. Straightaway 3, no good. And Notre Dame will run. Dormaville blocked. Up ahead now. Hillhouse to run. Toure with a big block. Man, can he elevate. And after all that, back into the hands of Hillhouse.
Those last 2 possessions from Toure shows you what a Division I player does. Ridiculous athleticism.
2-point Notre Dame lead. The shot clock and the game clock are about 15 seconds different. Rosario, baseline, spins to the middle. Little jump hook is good, and it ties us at 13.
Love that, little men's league.
Now, Notre Dame can have the last shot of the quarter if they'd like. Good defense, Ganem being hounded by House. Here goes Toure, and he'll be fouled by Sutton with 6.4 seconds remaining in the quarter.
It was a little sleepy in here, Casey. I gotta admit, even myself found a little bit in the doldrums here. Not a loud crowd, but after those 2 plays by Toure, everybody's up.
Krieger, back to Toure, pull up 3. Good! What a way to finish the quarter. Abdou Toure is heating up. It's 16-13. Notre Dame, let's take a look here and watch the magic of Abdou Toure and what he can do. You just got to be careful, because if he's close to the hoop, he throws it down. 16-13, Notre Dame, end of 1. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book.
Relive a century of history from the perspective of southeastern Connecticut with the new hardcover book, Front Page News, a century of big stories in the day. 1881 to 1981. This 136-page limited edition book captures the pulse of a region and a nation, showcasing the day's most iconic front pages from its first 100 years. Order today at theday.frontpagesbook.com.
16-13, Notre Dame on top. Sports Doctor was listening in to Coach Jason Shea. What did he have to say?
Well, I'll tell you two things. Leave it to Notre Dame to kind of wake up the echoes and wake up the gym a little bit. Coach is right. You know, what was talked about here, Casey, was you can't let the big man plant and set up shop down low for Hillhouse. You got to front him, you got to move him out of there. It's too easy down low. So Coach wants to see defensive energy picked up.
Hillhouse with the possession here to start the second quarter, down 3 for the first time in the ball game. Sutton, they're hounding him away from the basket. So it looks like Notre Dame turning up a little half-court trap here. They're jumping the guy with the basketball.
Yeah, that ball screen, instead of hedging it or switching it, they trapped it, forced Sutton to dribble backwards, almost got the turnover, but they're signaling Academics ball.
You can see Notre Dame wants to turn up the intensity for sure. Fall away, no good. Krieger with the rebound. He wants to run. Toure, nice look, baseline, no good from Jonathan Jones, and JS brings it up.
Yeah, shots contested in there.
Definitely turning up the defensive pressure, Notre Dame extending on the three-point shots. No good in the lane. Toure comes out of the pack. Gets it to Krieger. Krieger down low to Jones. Great ball movement. Good. GG. George Ganem knocks down the 3. And that's beautiful ball movement from Notre Dame. Krieger, great job jumping into the passing lane to knock that one away. Turnover for Hillhouse, a little sloppy. And the other way, Jonathan Jones, beautiful. And just like that, it's an 8-point lead, and we need a timeout.
Yeah, big man on the bench for Hillhouse. No Coleman in there, and the Green Knights going right to the basket. Hands are up high, but nice finish there by Jones.
I just honestly think the Hillhouse looks very sloppy on the offensive end. Not a lot of ball movement, not a lot of structure to the offense, and it's resulted in a bunch of long rebounds and turnovers. And the worst thing you can do is let Notre Dame out and run, because, you know, that's playing exactly into their style. You know, you want Notre Dame to have to operate out of the half court, and really Hillhouse, you know, said in the opening that Hillhouse is gutsy, gritty, you know, defense. We can't play that when the other team is getting transition.
Absolutely, turning the ball over leads to easy runouts, but I'd like to see, early in the game, they got Sutton going to the basket, drawing defenders, and he was able to drop it down low to Coleman. Like to see something where we get Coleman on the block again and occupy some defenders and some attention down there. Also, very clean game, Casey. No fouls called yet.
Notre Dame, more pressure, almost a turnover. Instead, swing, open 3 is up and in and out, no good. Jones with the rebound. They're yelling stop ball on Toure. Easier said than done. Ganem for 3. Good.
2 in a row.
GG can shoot the 3.
And that really relieves pressure when guys got to come out and guard the perimeter.
Uh-oh. Turnover, coming the other direction. Toure, yeah! 13-point lead, and it's like, you know, I think the switch got flicked on Notre Dame.
Yeah, the ball handling's been sloppy for the Academics.
Nice move, but it can't go down. Toure with the rebound. Tries for the long pass. He gets it. And Ganem swings. Dormaville for three, and the three-point shooting for the Green Knights has put them up 16 like that. What an opening to the second quarter. Long answer, no good from Rosario. And out of bounds, it'll be Notre Dame ball.
Yeah, the Green Knights have made their last 5 shots, Casey, 3 of them from three-point range. So they're really heating up here in the second quarter. A couple possessions ago, I liked what Hillhouse did. They went to the rack. Coleman was on the strong side of the basket, though. He needs to be on the opposite side of the basket so that they can either drop him the pass or he can get a nice offensive rebound on a miss. Don't drive it to his block.
Kanan Stewart and Tyrese Kelly into the game for Hillhouse, and 27-6, the current run for the Green Knights. And what was the score? 16-13, I believe, going into. So they have gone on a 13-0 run to start the quarter. Now you see why they're the best team in the state by ranking and by defending champions. Toure stepped on the line, so it'll be a turnover to Hillhouse.
And George Ganem coming in off the bench and hitting those threes, I think really allowed the defense to kind of ratchet it up. You know, it was kind of sloppy for much of the first quarter and a lot of contested shots, but Ganem bangs home a couple open threes, and now it's bouncing that step from the Green Knights.
Sutton drives, and he'll get fouled away from the basket on his way to the basket by Ganem.
At 5'10", he qualifies as short in this game.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I would argue, by the way, that the fact that Notre Dame has no seniors should be one of the scarier tidbits that we give the rest of the state today. It's not enough that they're the defending one champs with the returning player. They're showing, you know, to everybody how versatile they are right now and how many different guys can contribute, and they're all back. It's a kind of a daunting feeling I'm sure the rest of the state has. So now it becomes dial up ways to beat them. Now the rest of the state gets to try to figure it out. I love that. Underneath, Dormaville. Beautiful look from Kadrian Reeves.
6 straight made buckets from the Green Knights.
And I just feel like it could be a little disheartening right now, too. Like, you know, you were right there.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's just been...
You can't get anything going downhill. Everything's east-west. Trying to set ball screens. The ball screen defense is really good.
Another turnover. Reeves for the Green Knights. Reeves kicks. Toure, long three. Good! Abdou Toure for three.
That is 7 straight made field goals. 4 of their last 3-pointers have gone in.
I want to just say again, this is a Hillhouse team that beat Stanford and beat Holy Cross. This is a good team. And you can forget that because they look stifled on offense and helpless on defense.
Well, I mean, that's why you're talking about a team that they're playing is ranked in the top 100 in the country. That's the difference right there.
Wilbur House on the line for Hillhouse, and into the game, back into the game, Senyange. He'll replace Dormaville.
I did like, though, that Hillhouse went to the basket. I think they fell in love with the three for about an 8-minute stretch between the mid-first quarter and mid-second quarter. And I think they got to get back to basics, going to the basket, playing their brand of basketball.
Three for the Green Knights. Buried. Senyange.
Well, now that's 8 straight, Casey. And 5 straight 3-pointers made.
6 different scorers this quarter. And Hillhouse just can't get anything to go down. Jump ball favors the Green Knights. They'll have it again.
That's Toure again, forcing Sutton to kind of pull up short, try a floater instead of continuing to the basket. They already saw 2 shots turned away emphatically by Abdu. And so Sutton decided to go to the floater game, came up short.
One of the things about Toure that you can't really see on a stat sheet is the quick elevation. He elevates as much as we've seen. I mean, he gets up, but he gets up quick. Allows him to be a much more effective rebounder and shot, not just blocker, but a rim protector. And also he gets out on threes as well. Coleman using that big body, gets the rebound. Sutton will push it the other way now for the Academics.
Finally a miss from Notre Dame.
Long three from Sutton, no good. And back to Notre Dame.
Yeah, I know he can make that shot, but at this point in the game, just keep going to the rack. I think you got to try to get some momentum somehow. Drawing fouls, getting shots at the free throw line is a way to get settled back into this game.
And a turnover from Reeves, a little stutter step before he got the ball on the floor.
The old Rock and Jock MTV game, you can make the 10-point shot, but you can't. No matter how far you shoot it from on this court, it's still only going to be 3.
Krieger back into the game. Hillhouse is 1 minute and 30 seconds away from being shut out in the second quarter. Lacage steps in. Lob to Toure, well defended by Rosario though, he got his hand on it. Now they got a trap on Toure and it'll stay with Notre Dame, but I like the aggressiveness trying to make him, when he's away from the basket like that, take advantage.
Really impressed with the depth from Notre Dame that we've seen. Wasn't expecting them to have these many contributors off the bench and being able to handle the ball, shoot the 3. All of them are very versatile players. Impressive team.
3 from the wing, no good. Back into Toure's hands, though. Try it again. Another 3. This time, Senyange knocks it down, and it's a 27-point lead for Notre Dame. It was 3 when the quarter started. Block, Coleman with it, fighting him for the ball, and it's a jump ball. It'll stay with Hillhouse. They got 29.8 seconds to score a point here in the second quarter, or I think something that Coach Sutton may have never faced in his career, having been shut out for a quarter. Rosario spins, pulls up for 3, and thank you, Giovanni Rosario. There's the first 3 points of the quarter for Hillhouse.
Nice looking release. High elevation on that jump shot from Rosario.
Last shot opportunity for Notre Dame. Toure, 5 seconds. He drives into traffic, he gets bumped. And so with 3.3 remaining here in the half, Notre Dame can draw up a final play.
KK Reeves has done a great job on Sutton. Can't be understated as we go into halftime, the defensive effort that he's put on the star point guard from Hillhouse.
Good defense by Hillhouse there to deny that shot at the end of the first half, but it is 40-16 at halftime. Unbelievable second quarter for Notre Dame. The Sports Doctor has head coach Jason Shea. Sports Doctor.
Boys, you held it at 3 points in the second quarter. It was talked about in between the first and second quarter defensive pressure.
I thought the ball pressure got better. I thought our post defense got better. We had to get adjusted with our matchups with what they come out with. A big on a guard a couple times, and once we figured that out, and then kept Coleman from catching the ball too deep from the basket. If you do that, you're going to lose a game. So we did a better job of that in the second quarter.
A lot of touches for a lot of guys, and a lot of guys chipping in the scoring column. How does that help the offense overall?
Spreads it out. You can't concentrate on Torrey. You can, but to your own peril, the other guys are going to make something happen.
What's the message in the locker room say for close out this game in the next 16 minutes?
It's game 3. We got a lot to do to get better, and 3 months before we try to come back here. So let's keep getting better, playing hard. Good luck, Coach. Thank you.
Casey, great defensive performance, but a really, really good basketball team.
Yeah, hard to believe, Hillhouse looking as struggling as they were, but it really started, Coach, with the defensive pressure that you saw from Notre Dame. And that guy right there, Abdou Touré. Stick around for video highlights, packages, and the whole 9 yards, and then come on back for the second half here at the Mohegan Sun. Game 1 of the Holiday Classic is at halftime. 40-16, Notre Dame on top of Hillhouse. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. What year were you born?
2007.
Did anything important happen in your household in 2007, other than you being born?
Well, we also won a championship in 2007, so I was really born a champion. Always in the gym, so we got to try to get it done this year.
What is it like for you to play for your dad and play for a program that is just, has had so much success in Connecticut history of basketball?
It's an honor, actually. I just try to embody it every day and play to my best ability, hold up the legacy. Playing with grit, playing together, the pedigree they've had with defense, being the camaraderie they've had for the past teams that won championships. So we just have to follow that suit. It's going to take a lot of work. I feel like we can do it, though.
The easy answer is no, but I'm curious. Do you treat him differently?
I would like to believe that I don't. His mom might say differently. I tell people all the time, it's one thing when you coaching the kids of these days and have to, deal with the parents as well. It's one thing when you go home every night to the parent of one of your players and have to deal with that. But in honesty, no kidding around, Avery's a wonderful kid. I love the opportunity of coaching him. He plays hard. He's a great student. He doesn't mind me being trainer. He doesn't mind me being coach. And then when I'm home, I'm dad.
Of course, we have a good time. Like, we usually know how to separate it. We don't really bring the basketball world home, so we know how to do it in the gym. We talk to basketball, talking at home, we play the home talk, so.
And Avery just growing up from birth, being in the gymnasium with me since he was 4 or 5 years old with the ball in his hand. Now understanding, running at the point guard, he kind of runs the show for me. So the expectations are high for him as well.
It would be good. I've went to the championship since my sophomore year in conference. It'd be very well like to win one. So I think that's my goal, is at least win with something, leave with something.
Well, everybody else in the state told me he was leaving. And I kept trying to tell everybody, you're wrong. Our relationship is strong, and the relationship with his family is extremely strong. And I think that when you're a player of his caliber, there's a lot of value in feeling like you're coming back to family for your high school season.
I stayed because I love his family over here, build a connection with everybody, just my family's over here. I didn't really want to go prep. I didn't feel like I needed to go prep to accomplish what I did and get as many, accomplishments that I have.
For a player of his caliber, life is chaotic when you get into the spring and summer and all the traveling and all the attention and all those things. And, I don't think you can undervalue coming back to a place that feels like home. And you get back and you feel a little bit normal again, and you could reset for what you're going to experience again in the spring and in the summer.
This summer, I went to Poland with Notre Dame, and then after Poland, I went to Nike Elite 100 camp, and straight from that camp, I went to Istanbul, Turkey to play for my country, my home country, Guinea.
Did you learn anything about yourself in the championship game last year?
Yeah, I learned a lot from that championship game. I learned I need to play more physical. Teams are gonna come after me this year because we got a bullseye on the back, so we gotta just be ready for teams to come out and play physical with me and stuff like that. Try to get me out of my game.
If I'm being perfectly honest, we thought we were a year away. We did not think last year was that team. Going in, I knew we were good, but we had so much inexperience. Even our seniors had not played many varsity minutes. So coming into the year with the experience we had, Abdu is just a sophomore. You know, people forget Abdu as a freshman was a really talented player, but didn't really shoot the ball too well. Had worked on that a lot in his game. Come a long way, clearly, in 1 year to be able to, I think he's probably the best mid-range shooter in the country at his age. Maybe in the world, considering what he did in the World Cup. He led the World Cup in scoring in U17. So every 17-year-old in the country, and Abdu's not 17, so he's playing a year up. We have a lot of good players here, and our players understand that we're not out there, the other 4 guys are not out there to watch Abdu play. Right? They're out there to be themselves, to be aggressive, and to be impact guys.
It's time for the Grade 8 Plays of the Fall as voted on by you. Number 8, part of the Italian combo at Daniel Hand, Paul Calandrelli. Week 1 versus New London. Hand with an exceptional season, and it started there with Calandrelli. At number 7, Week 3, St. Bernard's Abby Egan chases down the ball from Alyssa Hernandez, 1 touch to herself, and then look at the finesse, putting it past the Montville keeper. At number 6, Killingly football, state champions this year, thanks in part to plays like this. Hayden Allard against Woodstock on Thanksgiving, interception at the goal line and off the races, 100 yards for the Division I Player of the Year. Congratulations, Coach Chad Neal and the Big Red Machine on another state championship. Speaking of great seasons, how about Waterford's Jax Higgins? In the corner, Parker Spencer, 2 feet down, tap those toes, touchdown. Big game versus Ledyard. Great year for Coach Zeth Nolda and the Lancers. At number 4, hey, Jacob Schrag, Stonington football, did you make this play on Xbox or PlayStation? Because this is video game style. 10 different defensive players for Plainfield have a chance to make this stop, but look at Schrag bobbing, weaving, and somehow makes it into the end zone. At number 3, Wyndham's Asael Garcia Rodriguez, the running back, becomes the kicker. That soccer career came in handy, the game-winning field goal in the Double S quarterfinal against Ledyard. Wyndham, another fabulous season. At number 2, Griswold football, week 5, Aiden Cutter takes the seemingly harmless kickoff, but nothing's harmless when Cutter's got the ball because he gone. 85 yards to the house, high step it into the end zone. But your number 1 play, you voted on it. Youth shall be served. Christopher Moreau, Plainfield Youth Micros, taken off on a 93-yard touchdown run. Go, go, Moreau.
Follow Game Day CT on social media after the game for tonight's top play. Brought to you by Scient Federal Credit Union. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more. Ladies and gentlemen, the pressure is on. Your financial future awaits. At Kuchar Financial in New London, Connecticut, financial advisor Lee Kuchar offers a path forward. For individuals and businesses, Lee provides steady guidance, aligning your financial goals and investment strategies with your needs. Lee also offers bookkeeping and payroll services for your business. When you're looking to help secure your future, see Lee Kuchar. We're at halftime, 40-16. That's right, 40-16. Notre Dame on top. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, they're your go-to top-notch dental care facility in all of southeastern Connecticut. Relaxed, friendly. You know, whatever you need. Routine checkup, cosmetic boost, advanced treatment, they've got you covered. So you can enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. So why don't you schedule your appointment today? Waterford Dental Health, your smile is their top priority. Go visit them online. You can call, book now, get yourself treated right. Smile at the holidays with Waterford Dental Health. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here in the first half. And early on, Juice, you know, Hillhouse had the better of things.
Yeah, they were able to get to the basket a little bit. Tough shot there from Rosario, but getting to the basket. And then I think it changed with that block. That block from Torre, they started to get some things to fall inside. Krieger was tough, had some tough baskets, had an and one. Then this emphatic, send it in, big fella. And from that point on, in the second quarter, this is all the stat that you need. Notre Dame was 9 of 12 shooting, and Hillhouse was 1 of 8. Notre Dame was 6 of 8 from three-point range in the second quarter. Hillhouse was 1 of 4. At the end of the day, you can talk about this, that, and the other. It's about making shots, and Notre Dame West Haven had a multitude of ways that they could make shots. Super impressed, Casey, with the amount of guys that could shoot the basketball. They have 5 different guys that hit a three-pointer in the first half.
All you had to know is that Toure had more dunks than Hillhouse had baskets in the second quarter. As we head into the second half, it'll be time for the second half possession, which is, of course, brought to you by Kuchar Financial. Located in New London, Kuchar Financial will help you keep possession of your money through sound financial planning and investment, tax planning and preparation for individuals and small businesses. And everyone wants to feel better about their finances. So go see Lee Kuchar at Kuchar Financial and let him make you feel more confident about everything in your financial world. That's Kuchar Financial. As we get ready to start the second half, I saw Coach Shea in the tunnel coming up. I said, you didn't tell me you were going to shoot 90%. And he said, hey, in the first 5 minutes, did you think that was going to happen? I said, no, but that was a very impressive shooting display from a lot of different people. We weren't expecting that. And he kind of smirked, and with the smirk being like, I kind of knew it could happen, but it can also not happen, so.
Yeah. And Hillhouse has to do a good job in this first couple of minutes of just establishing their identity defensively again. Not so much even for this game, but just for themselves.
Toure off the mark from long range. Rosario with the rebound, and quick three in the other direction, no good from Rogers. And now Toure will push. Lob to Krieger is no good. Now, you're supposed to be on the other end of those. That's the problem. He's not used to giving the lobs. He's used to receiving the lobs.
Yeah, well, Notre Dame gives Hillhouse an opportunity here with a quick 3 and a miss and a turnover for them to get some traction here in the third quarter.
Dump down on the block, spin, no good from Coleman. High goes Reeves for the rebound.
Good job forcing him right.
So this second half starting a little bit like the first half started, with a little bit of sloppy play from Notre Dame in addition to Hillhouse. And we talked about how it changed in the first half with that block. I think it changed with the 3 plays, the block by Toure, the dunk by Toure, and then the second block by Toure, where it kind of felt like he was putting his stamp on it in the moment. And it kind of reminded him and everyone else to hear that, there's a reason why he's a 4-star kid right now and ascending. On the floor, Senyange with the steal. Jets put on by Reeves all the way to the basket. But man, he was quick with the basketball there. Coming out, Rogers in the other direction. Hillhouse could benefit from an easy basket. I feel like they haven't had an easy basket in quite some time. Rogers out of bounds. It'll be a jump ball, looks like. Possession arrow sitting here favoring Hillhouse.
Yeah, they're still using Coleman a lot to set some ball screens. That time he picked and popped. I'd like to see him get down on the block a little bit more. Even Coach Shea admitted that when he's 2 feet from the basket, you're going to lose basketball games that way.
Coleman driving to the basket, picking it up. JS shot blocked from Senyange. Nice look. Lakaj in the lane, can't get it to go, and Rogers comes out. Hillhouse looking to run. opening of the second half, very, very ugly. Krieger, 2-on-1, goes to the left hand around Coleman. Basket is good. Nice move by Landon Krieger.
Yeah, he's the pacifier. You know, when things are getting squirrely out there, just get it to Krieger. Just makes a good decision.
He's their binky?
Yes, he's their binky.
Torre high for the rebound. Krieger, pump fake, gets Coleman up, and then continues on. Can't get it to go, but that's a pro move right there by Krieger. Coleman pulls up on the baseline, no good. Sinyange pushing ahead. Toure, Euro. Oh, that's just not fair.
Yeah.
16 points for Abdou Toure. That's not okay.
Yeah, he's playing comfortable now. He knows who he is. Got his feet grounded after a sloppy start.
Coleman for three, answers.
Big fella.
You know how you make a tissue dance? You put a little boogie in it.
Big fella stepping out.
Oh, that's what listen, they call him Boogie for a reason. He's got that panache. Right back in the other direction. Toure. And that's the last missing part of his game. And I don't want to see him fall in love with that here at the high school level. I know a lot of college coaches want to see him as a kid who can fill it up down there. Coleman answers on the block. But I want to see Toure continue to get to the basket. I think that's really what's going to separate him here in high school.
Well, Coach Shea says that college coaches rave about his mid-range game. So he's developing all three levels. We know he's explosive going to the rack. He's had a very good, he's had a great summer scoring the ball in the mid-range. And so now if he's able to shoot the three like that, then he doesn't really have any weaknesses.
Well, if he has any weaknesses, I haven't really seen them yet. It's more like, what parts of his game does he need to refine, maybe. Nice move getting to the basket. Rogers, he'll shoot two. I don't want to make too much of it. It's not the Abdou Toure show. There's a lot of other players here, but he is different. Over the course of our time on game day, we get the occasion to get guys who just are a little different. It started Chris Dunn, was a little different. You knew that Dunham and Klingon was a little different. And there's been games when we've had East Catholic and Windsor and schools where we've seen some guys, but it's nice to see him because he was on our. We had him last year. And so it's like seeing him develop is a nice part of it.
Yeah, you're in my head, Casey, because I was just thinking the same thing. Like, he's so much better than when we saw him last year. He's so much more versatile. He's playing more under control, and he just looks like the king out there.
25-point lead for Notre Dame. Toure will bring the ball up. Sutton's on him. He gets a screen. Crossover, gets to the basket, and uncharacteristically, it doesn't go down. Pushing the other way now, the Academics. By the way, possibly my favorite nickname in the entire state, the Academics. Sutton, open three. Good. Boy with a triple.
The classic Hillhouse uniforms, classic blue and white with the Jordan logo. There's just something very North Carolina about watching Hillhouse play high school basketball in the state of Connecticut.
Beautiful move to the lane, into the basket by Ganem. He says, hey, I'm more than just a spot-up shooter. I can get to the rack, and he'll shoot two. Nifty little move here. The elevation from the little guy, only little in this game. He'll shoot two. Folks, for those of you out there listening and watching, here's an exercise for you to do. I want you to go to the Google, and you type in Connecticut High School Boys Basketball Champions. And you get a list. It goes back to the 20s. It gives you a list. And if you can go more than 2 or 3 years without seeing the name Hillhouse there, and then you start looking, wondering are you looking at the same list over and over again? Because they can't possibly have, is that 20? Did I get to 20? Is that 21? Yeah, go check it out. It is it's as impressive. You called them the UCLA of Connecticut basketball. I think that's a real good one. Okay, Toure, showtime.
Toure.
Another turnover, but Hillhouse instead 3 from Rosario, no good. Rebound by their Toure, and the putback, Fidel Maman Toure.
For Hillhouse.
The lead is 23. High screen, heading to the basket, Dormaville. He was bumped, and they'll call that one, I believe, on the floor, and it'll be Notre Dame ball.
Wilbur House, his first.
The Green Knight ball pressure has been tremendous from the second quarter on. Hillhouse really doesn't have many answers for it.
Gannon was on the line, turnover, and Hillhouse will have possession. It's been a good week for Notre Dame. You know, bowl victory in the playoff against Indiana, which, I mean, I don't know that Mike DeMauro was happy about that, but, and now, you know, the Green Knights getting it done here at the Classic.
Yeah, and we kind of alluded to it a little bit early on. You know, they can't afford to lose these games in Connecticut with the 4 games coming up in Florida. If they lose 3 in Florida, it's very likely that they will not have a home game in the quarterfinals.
Abdou Toure called for the travel, and the official did a nice job explaining that he did a jump and a hop and a little bunny hop in between, all while being pummeled as he went to the basket. Rosario, nifty reverse, no good. Ganem picks the dribble up, now gives it to Toure. Toure drives, and he was harassed by Toure, but he got it to go. He wanted to do, that was the I want to show you, travel this, ref. That was what that was. He wanted to go throw it down.
Jason Shea says that's got to be a foul, and the ref looked at him like, I'm not calling that.
Nice floater by Avery Sutton. And we're going to get a reach and a foul on the floor against Toure away from the basket as he was trying to get to the basket.
Avery Sutton, his third
foul on Sutton.
Here it is right here. He's just getting a lot of attention defensively, but you can't stop him.
Nice stepping in Rogers. Up ahead, and the reverse goes down by House. So Rogers with the steal and House with the finish. Good defense. Rosario with the steal. To the basket. It is good. Foul is on Krieger. Hillhouse turning up the defensive intensity, and with the free throw, they've got, with the basket, they've got it inside of 20, and the free throw to come.
Yeah, and that's their style of play. That's what we're accustomed to seeing from them. They finally got the right guys to take advantage of handling the basketball. It's hard to take it away from Toure.
Toure will go to the bench for a little while, too. First time he's taken a real breather.
You know, last year Notre Dame West Haven had Ty Upchurch at the point, and he is no longer here, and they replace him. And Upchurch had a great game in the final against St. Bernard. They replace him with a sophomore, Reeves, and Reeves has been as advertised. Coach Shea said he's going to be a good one.
Under 20 seconds remaining in this third period. Much better third quarter for Hillhouse. All the way to the basket with the left hand is KK Reeves. And that is going to take us to the end of 3. 20-point Notre Dame lead at the end of 3 quarters. Getting to the basket, doing a little bit of everything. If it's going to be Hillhouse making a comeback, it's going to have to be on the strength of the defense. They are down 20 at the end of 3. Fourth quarter action on the other side. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. Follow Game Day CT on social media after the game for tonight's top play. Brought to you by Scient Federal Credit Union.
Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more. Ladies and gentlemen, the pressure is on. Your financial future awaits. At Kuchar Financial in New London, Connecticut, financial advisor Lee Kuchar offers a path forward. For individuals and businesses, Lee provides steady guidance, aligning your financial goals and investment strategies with your needs. Lee also offers bookkeeping and payroll services for your business. When you're looking to help secure your future, see Lee Kuchar.
20-point lead, fourth quarter about to start. The sports doctor was listening in on Coach Sutton and Hillhouse. What'd you hear?
Like the way they finished that quarter in the last 2 minutes. Hungry, aggressive, offense turned in out of defense. Casey, let's finish the game out and let's get out of here with a little pride under our belt at the Mohegan Sun.
First possession here of the fourth quarter goes to Notre Dame. Good hands and a turnover. Hillhouse turning up the defensive energy at least. Long three straight away by Coleman, no good. Toure up high for the rebound. Reeves says, I'll just shoot it then if you're going to leave me open. Krieger with a nice offensive rebound and putback. And let's not forget Krieger's size. I know he spends a lot of time shooting the basketball, but that's a 6'5" kid, and he's a wide 6'5" on top of it.
Absolutely. What a luxury, right? He's kind of a nondescript, kind of your glue guy out there, but on most high school teams, he'd be the focal point.
I'm going to be calling him Binky from now on, 100%. Coleman backs him down. That's a nice move. Understand the size. I mean, as big as Lacage is, there's very few people bigger than Coleman.
I love that. I just love that move.
And it wasn't bully. You know what I mean? It was a nice, under control back down. You see a lot of times when you get the size advantage like that, a lot of guys bully and they end up picking up offensive fouls. That was, or I love, my favorite is the guy just slides and you fly backwards. That was a nicely done. Krieger, open three, just short. Coleman. Now that's the guy who I think has a chance to step up here in this fourth quarter for Hillhouse, is Coleman. Sutton gets a step, gets to the basket. Floater's good. Hillhouse on a little run. They've cut it to 18. Foul called on House.
Hillhouse foul, number 14, Wilbur House. His second.
And we're going to see Jones check back in. Excuse me, check that. We'll see Senyange check back in. He'll inbound it to Reeves. House defending Reeves. Now back into Reeves' hand. He's switched over Rosario. Up top to Toure. Toure with a size advantage here. House gets on him. Now Coleman. Toure gets trapped in the corner, turns it out of bounds off of Coleman, so stays with Notre Dame. But I do like the defensive energy boost that Hillhouse is showing.
Yeah, absolutely. They're playing for pride, like sports doctor said he heard in the huddle.
Open three, Lacage, short. Rebound comes down to Rogers. Sutton takes Reeves to the basket. Kicks over to Rosario.
Just the transition defense has been so good for Notre Dame. Nothing easy for Hillhouse. Everything has been a lot of work to try and get a shot inside. That's why they've settled for a lot of threes.
Of course, this is only game one of our triple header. Good hands, Rogers off to the races for Hillhouse. Misses the layup. And I don't know if he heard Toure's footsteps or he just couldn't believe he had an open look, but that's one that you don't see very often.
That's tough luck. They played so well defensively, getting that steal. Trapped at the right time. Read the pass perfectly. And like you said, Casey, I think he might have heard Superman's footsteps coming from behind.
All the way back, Avery Sutton. I mentioned two more after this, Wheeler and Old Lyme. Your defending Division V state champion Wildcats will take on the Hungry Lions in game 2 as Sutton hits one from the elbow. Nice move, Avery Sutton. And then the nightcap tonight, St. Bernard and their Fab Four and whoever else we can put on the floor versus New London High School, who's going to run 9-10 deep at you. Lacage. Little give and go, nicely done. He and Reeves, little two-man game, beautiful.
How good has Reeves been, Casey? Like I said, you lose, pretty much the star player from last year's final was Upchurch. Torre got hurt, didn't have his greatest game. Upchurch played great on Amir Gray from St. Bernard. He's gone, and Reeves has been outstanding tonight on Sutton.
Coleman takes it to the basket. That was well done, even though he didn't get it to go down. He felt Lacage on his hip and spun. It's funny, it used to be I'd see these kids out here and I'd say, man, my son's only a year or two younger than these guys. My son's 2 years older than Reeves now.
Yeah.
Like that, it's hard to believe he's a sophomore. He's a heck of a player. Toure floats to the basket for two.
Just a ho-hum 25 points.
I was just thinking the exact thing. Like, has there been a more unassuming 25?
We remember 2 on that dunk, but...
I mean, 25 is a lot of points.
Yeah. Especially when your team only has 60.
It doesn't feel like that with all those threes they hit either. Reeves is going to draw a foul on House on the floor, though. Mass substitutions coming into the game here for Hillhouse and 2 for Notre Dame. So Jones back into the game and Dormaville back into the game for St. Joe's.
I may be banging on this drum a little too loudly, but I'm so impressed with this sophomore point guard. You need a point guard, Casey. In Division I, if you don't have an elite point guard, you have no chance. The athleticism is just too good. You need somebody like that.
27.
What a pass.
And all you got to do is just throw it 2 inches higher than anybody else can get to.
Yeah, I don't know if you or I could make that pass, though.
On my shoulders, you couldn't make that.
I told you.
Krieger pushing all the way to the basket. Well, Krieger went up for the two-hand throwdown. And I got news for you. I watched him in the pregame. He can throw it down, too.
Hillhouse foul number 4, Jordan Serapionian, his second.
Landon Krieger choosing between two real academic Toure choosing between 2 real academic disappointments. Yale and Stanford. And that's disappointing because, when I'm looking at schools, I think of the best schools in the country. It's only fair that I have one on the East Coast and one on the West Coast, so I can choose. But if he wants to go to an academic school in the middle, I'm sure Notre Dame would want him. He can stay at Notre Dame. Doesn't even have to change his school.
Or, yeah, still wear the green.
Nice spin move by Rogers, and he'll draw the foul on Dormaville, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2. I think that when it comes to St. Bernard's, I think that, you heard of, that used to be a long, long time ago during the reign of Sandy Koufax, Warren Spahn and Sane and pray for rain. We're going to call it the Fab Four and whoever's on the floor. That's the 5 for St. B's. They are playing without who would have been their 5th starter, Brevin Gonzalez, and we'll talk about that in tonight's game. Of course, you and I are stepping away before game 2. You'll be coming back. I won't be. I won't be coming back till game 3 because otherwise they'll have to scoop me off the floor with a shovel.
Checking in for Hillhouse, number 35, Jared Coleman.
Lead is
as well as number 14,
back to 22 as we head to the stretch here. Of course, after the end of this one, we're going to have a presentation of the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game, as well as the Sports Doctor's post-game interviews. Oh, little Euro. Euro step, the extra step. Reeves to the basket for 2.
Reeves.
House loses it. Check that, Stewart loses it on the floor. And we'll get a
timeout on the floor.
Timeout on the floor.
Their second timeout.
So the player who was very electric in their first 2 games, who's been a little quiet today, is Jordan Sirabianian. Sirabianian. He's been a little quiet today. I think there hasn't been a real rhythm to the game, and sometimes players can kind of get out of that. Now it's hard enough to come to a new country and a new school and play, but I wonder as the season goes on, teams will figure out their rotations. Hillhouse has a lot of guys they like to play. I'd be interested to see where their rotation ends up, because Coach Sutton's not going to be afraid. I think they're going to err on the side of that defensive pressure that you talked about. So it's going to be the guys who can turn it up defensively.
Yeah, there's no reason to overreact for Hillhouse. He won't anyways, but even any observer, no reason to overreact, because this Notre Dame West Haven team is that good, and you don't have to face them in the state tournament. So you will face them in the league again, but not in the state tournament. So this is good experience for them.
Open 3, no good from House. However, steal by Rogers. He pulls up at the foul line, no good. Rebound comes down to Kadrian Reeves. Nice block on the 3-point attempt by Terrell Bryant. JS with the block. Minute 35 and counting. Long 3 out of bounds.
There's a heat check, I guess.
I mentioned earlier that we have a new sponsor for Player of the Game Day, so we're going to welcome Roberto's Log Cabin Restaurant into the Game Day family. They will be sponsoring the Player of the Game Day with the beautiful fashion statement shirts, courtesies of Sporties in Waterford. So I don't think we have to ask who the player of the game in this one was, but we'll let everyone be surprised as the sports doctor will do the honors at the end of this one.
Number 32, Ernest Ezekiel.
Minute 26 remaining. We're getting some players into the ball game.
Hillhouse, number 23, Abdul Sharif.
Inbounding for Notre Dame, Tyrell Bryant. Up ahead it goes to Christian Hubbard, and out of bounds with 1:21 remaining. Ernest Ezekiel into the game as well for Notre Dame, a freshman, number 32 down on the block. 3 from Harris, no good, out of bounds, it'll stay.
Checking in for Notre Dame, number 41, Dimitri Beaudre.
Hillhouse working it around here, trying to get the ball inside and get to the free throw line. These youngsters getting a chance to play on the big court here at the Mohegan Sun.
Notre Dame foul.
And I think, 32, realistically, both
Ezekiel
have a chance to be back here for the big one. For them to play here again, it means they're in a state championship game. Notre Dame in Division I, Hillhouse in Division II. There is obviously, Notre Dame is a prohibitive favorite in Division I to get to the final. But what you mentioned is interesting, right? Because those games in Florida count. Imagine that they might not be the number 1 seed. They could be like the 3 seed. Imagine you're the, that's a possibility.
Yeah, if they lose, God forbid Coach Shea's team runs into a gauntlet down there and they lose 3 of 4 or 4 of 4, they're not getting one of the top 4 seeds. So that means Now, because of their gym size, they're not going to play a quarterfinal game in their gym anyways, but there's a big difference between playing a neutral site quarterfinal and on the road at somebody.
Sure.
You know, so those games in Florida will be, well, you know, this game tonight was, I think, a must-win for them because now it gives them a little bit of wiggle room in Florida if they happen to run into a team with, you know, they're going to play at least one team with a 7-1 guy.
Tyrese Gaither puts it up. Abdullah Sheriff was battling for the rebound. And the clock will tick down as Christian Hubbard will let it go to 0. Yeah, hard to believe that they're going to face, you know, teams that are bigger, stronger, and more athletic than them. But they are, and it does make it very interesting. On the flip side, Hillhouse has a chance in Division II. I mean, they could be back here again as well. Division II is loaded with a lot of teams that I think have identities to figure out as they move down, you know, over the course of the year.
Yeah, I couldn't say that better myself. There's not a lot of Abdu Torres running around out there. There's not a lot of Amir Grays where you know, here's the pecking order. It starts with this guy, and then it goes to this guy, and then this guy. A lot of teams, and that's high school basketball. On any given night, this guy could be the hot hand, and now is this guy the hot hand for the next game? And how do you design your offense, and who gets the shots, and how do you keep people happy? So that's a big part of coaching high school basketball is figuring out what your identity is.
It's going to be interesting to see amongst the Holy Crosses and the Hillhouses and, you know, the teams like, you know, that where they finish in that Division II as the state picture appears. Tonight's player of the game is brought to you by Roberto's Log Cabin Restaurant. Nestled in the woods of Lebanon, Connecticut, Roberto's Log Cabin is the cozy rustic home of comfort food. Family owned and operated, The Cabin, as it's fondly known, offers a diverse menu of hearty fare from burgers to the best ribs in the state. So come check out the Hallway of History in the newly renovated tavern, sample the diverse menu, get your craft beers and cocktails, all while watching your favorite sports on one of their 10 TVs. Stop in and see Rob and the crew and tell them Game Day sent you. Player of the game by Roberto's Log Cabin Restaurant. Sports Doctor has the aforementioned Roberto's player of the game, Abdu Toure, and Coach Jason Shea.
All right, well, we'll start here with our player of the game tonight. That's Abdu Toure. Listen, Abdu, you're our Sporties and Roberto's Log Cabin and Lebanon player of the game. Take this T-shirt in there with your teammates, with your family, get a free plate of wings, and the way you can eat out there on the court, it better be a big plate of wings, son. 27 points tonight. What was working after a slow start in the first quarter?
Just playing the game, playing with my teammates.
Now, do you notice this team feeds a little bit offensively on the defensive end? When you guys create turnovers, is it easier to score in transition and get everybody cooking?
Yeah, it's way easier off the turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel now about this team and what's coming ahead the next few weeks?
It feels good. We got to go to Florida and get some wins in Florida.
Get some wins in Florida, get some wings, 27 points. Great job tonight. Our Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game. Coach, I guess winning in this building never gets old. And it's an early season test, but what did you like at what you saw to your team tonight?
I love the first half. I love the response after a slow start. But I also love the fact that we get to watch film tomorrow and look at the second half, which I'm not happy with, and we can learn from that and get back to practice tomorrow. So it's good early season. We don't want to peak now. We want to keep improving. And I thought second half our energy fell a little bit, and the result was just a softer defense.
It's a different team. It's a different season. You have no seniors out there right now. I mean, talk about the ceiling for this team, you know, this year especially.
I mean, the ceiling is very high for this team, not only for this year, but obviously for next year. But we're all focused on this year right now. Right. I mean, this is what we're aiming at state championship. Obviously, that's our one goal. We go to Florida, we get great competition. We work on play against national ranked teams, but we want to continue to improve. But the ceiling's very high. Without any seniors, we're only going to get better.
Right. Is a game like this on this court, does it get you hungry to come back here in March?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm 2-2 on this court, so there's nothing special on this court. I mean, I've been pretty mediocre.
I beg to differ.
Yeah, but yeah, we want to be back here. That's our goal. But Division I is so challenging. There's so many good teams, so many good players that we know on any given night it could end. So we got to make sure we're focused, locked in, night in, night out.
It's a long season, but this has got to help going into the break of the holidays.
My guy over here was palming your head, by the way. He's seeing if he can grab it. He does it to me, too. Don't worry, we got the same haircut.
Well, Notre Dame in the house, and I'm an Irish guy, too. So, listen, great job tonight. enjoy the holidays and continue luck for the rest of the year.
Appreciate that.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Coach.
You guys do the best job in the state on your broadcast.
That's
Appreciate you
Casey,
guys.
not me. Casey.
Doctor, great job by Notre Dame. Big game today for them, and it started with the versatility that they show. You see everything in this highlight clip, whether it's Krieger getting to the basket, Toure getting to the basket, defense, three-point shooting. Really, they can really do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and they had guys that could score from the perimeter from a bunch of different positions. So a bunch of different guys can shoot it. When they commit to defense, Coach Shea wasn't happy with their second half defensive performance, but when they commit to defense, they're really hard to get going north and south on. They make you go side to side. So that's a tremendous team and a prohibitive favorite probably right now to repeat as Division I champs.
I really will look forward to seeing where both of these teams go throughout the course of the season. Hillhouse falls to 2-1. Notre Dame improves to 3-0. Hillhouse up next, New London. That will be a good test for both teams in Division II. They're both looking at making a run in Division II. That'll be a good one to see. And of course, Notre Dame, the favorite to get back here for the Division I final. We are 37 minutes away from the tip-off of Game 2, which is Wheeler and Old Lyme, and all of that action will be brought to you here live on Game Day. So for the coach, Chris Giusti, I'm Casey O'Neill. Thanks to the sports doctor, Notre Dame. Big victory in our opening game of the Holiday Classic. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
presents a presentation of the day.
A dynamic young coach, a returning star with a brand new cast, an enthusiastic and supportive community and student body that drove the team to unparalleled success. We're talking about Old Lyme and Wheeler. These two teams were last year's best stories. Under head coach Stephen Bailey, Wheeler rode the strength of a tight-knit senior class to reach the semifinals of the Division IV state tournament. Now Zane Brewer must lead a group of new and young players through the difficult challenge of expectations. Old Lyme's magical season ended with a state championship and incredible community outpouring. Now young coach Brady Sheffield challenges Eddie Fisk to raise the level of play of his new cast as they look to stay in the winning glow. The long and winding road of the season is sure to be bumpy for both teams as they navigate the unknown. A game between these two could be magic. It might even be a classic. It's Old Lyme and Wheeler at the Mohegan Sun in the Day Holiday Classic. The action is live on game day on theday.com.
It is game 2 of the Day Holiday Classic here at Mohegan Sun Arena, and game day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, they're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book. And a good evening, everybody. We welcome you inside the Mohegan Sun Arena along with the coach, Dave Giusti. I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. And, Coach, these are two teams that have had success on this floor in the past 9 months.
Yeah, they're familiar with this arena. Wheeler had the Division II championship for their Eastern Connecticut Conference last March, and Old Lyme won the Division V state championship here. So this isn't a surprise for them, but the personnel might be a little bit different. If the movie Hoosiers had a sequel, this might be what it looks like.
Two teams that are 1-1 on the season thus far. Two teams that play kind of similar, tough, hard-nosed basketball. Don't expect a lot of points to be scored tonight.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see as many plays above the rim as we saw in our first game tonight, but definitely we're going to see a lot of competitiveness. And both teams are looking to prove something early on here. They had a lot of success last year. They had almost Cinderella-like runs, but they want more out of this year's team. Old Lyme got their first win the other night after dropping their opener. Wheeler won their opener in dramatic fashion, but lost the other night. So both teams 1-1 and looking to try and get back on the winning ways tonight.
When you talk Wheeler Athletics, we have one of the legends of Wheeler Athletics with us tonight. Let us go to the sports doctor. Here's Glenn O'Brien.
Joe, thank you so much. It's legendary, not legend, by the way. But, Coach, last year, a couple of glass slippers fit just right for both these programs. You know, a Division II championship and a state championship. You know, and what fits this year? Is it Nike? Is it Reebok? Is it New Balance? Or is the slipper still fit from last year? Both these teams figuring things out. Wheeler's got 5 seniors in the starting lineup. Old Lyme has no seniors. So I guess this is one of those tests where you just kind of figure things out, see where your team is at, and have a little fun tonight, fellas.
All right, thanks, Sports Doctor. You know, when you come to an early season tournament, no matter where it is, you look for yourself to get a good test as to where you'll stand up. These teams used to be members of the Shoreline Conference until Wheeler went to the ECC. Kind of similar size school. It's a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, and they'll both be in the Division V state tournament this year. So potentially, if they get things going, they could face each other in the postseason. So a great early season matchup to see where you stack up. And, you know, and any given night, if the ball's falling, you could get a big win.
And they feature two of the best Division V players in the state. Eddie Fisk Jr., the sophomore for Old Lyme, and Zane Brewer, who's been terrific in his first 2 games for Wheeler. Kind of seems also that are kind of similar size-wise, not exactly a lot of twin towers or tree toppers, but we expect it to be a great game. Let us go to our public address announcer. Here's Bill Glenn.
Holiday Classic as the Wildcats of Old Lyme take on the Wheeler Lions. Notre Dame West Haven defeated Hillhouse in game number 1 tonight. New London and St. Bernard's will be the nightcap. Be sure to check theday.com for athlete spotlights as well as full replays and highlights of tonight's game. At this time, please direct your attention to the big board as we meet tonight's teams.
Brody Pappas, Preston Center from Mohegan School.
Nate Main, North Stonington Elementary.
Dylan Herrick, North Stonington Elementary.
Cole Dubois, North Stonington Elementary.
Jackson Davis, North Stonington Elementary. Garrett Lenahan, North Stonington Elementary.
James Noyes, North Stonington Elementary.
Caden Dowser, North Stonington Elementary.
Mason Perkins, North Stonington Elementary.
Zay Brewer, North Stonington Elementary.
James Main, North Stonington Elementary.
Warren Grenier, Lyme Consolidated School. Ethan Trepanier, Mile Creek Elementary School.
Giovanni Winters, Calf Palmetto Elementary School.
William McKeever, Mile Creek Elementary School.
James Dalkey, Lyme Consolidated State Elementary.
Bowen Turk, Mile Creek Elementary.
Coleman Curtis Ritter, the Mile Creek Elementary School.
Connor Vautrin, Mile Creek Elementary.
Lucas Senora, Lyme Consolidated.
Oliver Wyman, Mile Creek University.
Eddie Fisk, Mile Creek Elementary School.
Brian Olson, Mile Creek Elementary.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet your teams. Old Lyme picked up a win over Concochog to improve to 1-1 on the season. Up next, they head to Ellington on Friday for a 2:30 tip. Wearing their black jerseys with white and blue lettering, the Wildcats are led by head coach Brady Sheffield. Make some noise, fans. We introduce their starting 5. Starting at guard, a sophomore, number 1, Ethan Trepanier. Starting at guard, a junior, number 12, Coleman Curtis Reardon. At guard, a junior, number 14, Connor Vautrin. Starting at forward, a junior, number 33, Oliver Wyman. And starting at forward, a sophomore, number 34, Ed Fisk. Fans, this brings us to the Lions of Wheeler, entering the night with a record of 1-1. They will take on Brantford on Friday at 3 p.m. at the Morgan School for their next contest. Wearing their white jerseys with maroon lettering, they're led by head coach Stephen Bailey. Put your hands together, let's meet their first 5. Starting at guard, a senior, number 2, Nate May. Starting at forward, a senior, number 12, Garrett Lenahan. Starting at forward, a senior, number 32, Mason Perkins. At forward, a senior, number 34, Zane Brewer. And starting at guard, a senior, number 40, James Main. Your officials tonight are Mr. Roger Warner, Mr. Brett Perry, and Mr. Rich Cole. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we would ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem is being performed by Wheeler High School senior, Miss Chloe Sanders.
Beautiful rendition of the national anthem by Wheeler senior Chloe Sanders getting our night underway. What do you think is the big key for each team tonight?
Well, I think first and foremost, just getting adjusted to the court. The coaches are really familiar with the court. Wheeler has 4 guys starting that started JV last year. So they were on the bench, but they weren't really on the court. Old Lyme, 3 new starters and 2 guys that didn't touch the court at all last year. So I think early on, just getting comfortable. It is a little bit different, the bounce of the court, the backdrop and shooting the ball. Both of these teams play in small gyms with backdrops that are right up against the back of the rim. So I think right away, getting a feel for the court will be a big key. And that starts with their defense. If they can play good defense, they're going to prevent the other team from getting easy buckets.
The opening tip, sponsored by Kuchar Financial. When you want more than just tips, when you want sound financial planning, go see Lee Kuchar at Kuchar Financial in New London. Lee can help with financial planning and investment, tax preparation, and planning for your business and personal needs. Feel better about your financial decisions. Go to Kuchar Financial. Our officials for tonight's game, Roger Warner, Brett Perry, Rich Cole, Wheeler, designated the home team in the white, trimmed in maroon. O-Lyme in black, trimmed in blue and white. Ball goes right off the second-year head coach, the 22-year-old Brady Sheffield. And it'll be O-Lyme basketball. As you look at Sheffield, he was a player on the 2019 O-Lyme team that lost in the Division V finals that year. Here's Fisk, guarded in the post. A 3 from the corner by Pappas, back rim no good. Fisk goes to the left and rolls it in. Eddie Fisk, who's had 36 rebounds in the first 2 games, gets the first bucket tonight. Here's Nate Main, 5'11" senior. Brewer matched up on the outside with Connor Vautrin. Brewer gets it back. Looking to try to take advantage of that size advantage, and James Main averaging 8 points per game. Knocks down a 3 to give Wheeler its first lead at 3-2.
Main has a personal goal to make 3 3-pointers every game he plays.
Well, I have a personal goal to be a movie star, but I'm not sure that's going to come true. Here's Trapani. Gets it outside to Fisk. One-on-one with Mason Perkins. Shot clock down to 10. The ball is kicked by Zane Brewer. And they recycle the shot clock to 35. Off the games you saw last year, Coach, as you look at Stephen Bailey, third-year head coach of Wheeler, how much did the shot clock come into effect?
Not as much as I thought it would, Joe. I really thought there would be an adjustment, but I think with AAU basketball and the style of play of getting shots up quickly and guys trying to showcase what they could do offensively, it didn't come into play as much as I thought it would.
You watch Fisk be aggressive on the boards, and Nate Main picks up the foul. Fisk 17 for 31. He took 21 free throws in their win on Friday night against Coginchaug Regional.
Yeah, only a sophomore. He's going to be a stud for the Wildcats for years to come.
Had a terrific postseason last year for the Cats. He's got 4 O-Lyme points. Just the start of things here at Mohegan Sun Arena. Game 2, Game 1. Impressive outing by the #1 team in the state, Notre Dame of West Haven, beating SCC rival Hillhouse 66-43. Brewer on the baseline. First 2 for Zane Brewer.
Excellent execution in the first 2 possessions by the Lions, getting the ball inside first and establishing their offense from inside out.
Trapanier with the pretty floater. Ethan Trapanier averaging 5 points per game. Gives O-Lyme the 6-5 lead. Brewer goes up top. Now Brewer drives the pull-up. It's good. He is silky smooth. It's 6'3" senior Zane Brewer. As we go back and forth here at the start. Now Fisk. They look to double him and he gets in the post. Nice drop step. And he'll go back to the line for two. And that's the thing that Eddie Fisk can do. He had those 21 free throws the other night, as that's the first foul on Zane Brewer, and he's taken 31 juice in the first two games.
Yeah, and that's something that Coach Sheffield has been preaching to his team. He says sometimes they could get a little erratic and start jacking shots from the outside. He wants them to be patient tonight, and so far they have made an effort to get Fisk the ball inside.
Eddie Fisk, who Brady Sheffield describes as having a sick work regimen. I know they say that about our colleague Mike DeMoro. Second is no good, and Brewer cleans the glass. Tied at 7. Approaching 5 minutes to go here in the first half. Brewer pressured on the outside. Now Lenahan. He did not play in the Griswold game, which was a night that the Lions and Stephen Bailey would like to forget. Tipped out of bounds. Oliver Wyman trying to sell the call, and Roger Warner would have nothing to do with it. 10 on the shot clock. Here's Lenahan. Puts it on the deck. Nice bounce pass. Perkins blocked, and that's a shot clock violation. So as if Fisk doesn't do enough at the offensive end, he blocks a pair of shots at the defensive end.
Yeah, he can do a lot for this team, and they're going to rely on him to be both a scorer and a presence inside defensively.
There's Trepanier. Hands it off on the perimeter. Vautrin turned it over. Here's a strong drive to the hoop, but it doesn't go. Rebound grabbed off by Fisk. Leads the break. Tipped from behind. Great hustle by Mason Perkins. And we've got a foul, and that's on Eddie Fisk. And the one thing that O-line can't afford is Eddie Fisk to get in foul trouble.
No, he's their definitive alpha. So they need him on the floor. 2 turnovers in a row by the Wildcats now.
Knocked away on the inbounds pass by Vautrin. Eddie Fisk, 21 in the opener, the loss at Portland, 24 against Coginchac. So he's averaging 22.5 points and 18 rebounds a game. Here's Brewer, beats the pressure, takes it all the way, and floats it in. Quick start for Zane Brewer with 6.
Yeah, and
puts Wheeler back on top, 9-7.
At times he was their best player last year, and he clearly is their best player this year.
Vautrin's floater doesn't go. James Main pulls down the rebound for the Lions. Got to the semis of the States last year where they lost to Innovation. Pass tipped away and stolen by Vautrin. Goes down right in front of us. As coming in the game is junior James Dalkey, replacing Vautrin. Wheeler ball as Vautrin touched it last. Pressure in the backcourt by Wyman. He takes it away. Here's Fisk on the run out. And he's fouled. First on Mason Perkins. So early on, you can see that Fisk is being a factor for O-line.
Third trip to the line now.
Perkins, his first, team third.
Both teams have turned up the defensive pressure the last few possessions, Joe, and creating some havoc defensively, creating some steals and runouts.
Fisk now 4 of 5 from the line. Trying for our third tie score in the first 4:30, and he does. 7 for Eddie Fisk. Pressure by the Wildcats. Brewer breaks it. O-line will try to press you, and then Wheeler, once they beat that pressure, will pull it out and set up their half-court offense. Maine had a notion. Brewer might have gotten his jersey tucked there. Here's a good spinning move to the hoop, but it doesn't go, and Fisk bodies Perkins for the rebound. Off the window, yes! And it counts. Trepanier with the hoop and the harm. And he'll go to the line to try to complete the three-point play on the foul by Lenahan.
Yeah, nice little land on two, playing off 2 feet there by Trepanier before he shoots the ball. Misses the free throw, though.
O-line by 2, 11-9. Inside 3 minutes to go in the first half. Whoa, I don't know about that. I think James Dahlke did a little bump and run there, and Stephen Bailey not loving the call. Here is 6'5" junior Brody Pappas, who Stephen Bailey is looking to have a big impact on his team this year.
Both teams have stuck with the man-to-man so far.
Another floater. Oh, he's got that shot down pat. 3 field goals for Ethan Trepanier. And it's the biggest lead of the game for either team, 13-9. Brewer comes out, or rather 40, not Brewer. That's Maine. This is left, Brewer's 3. That's good. Zane Brewer with 9 cuts the Wildcats lead to 1. Approaching 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. One thing you know Stephen Bailey's going to talk about to his team, stop letting Trepanier get into the paint. Fisk gets a step. Misses the floater and the rebound. Pulled off by Brewer of Wheeler. Lead pass to Maine. He hits as he's fouled.
James Maine.
Beautiful pass up ahead by Brewer. He hasn't missed a shot yet, Joe. And now he shows off his passing skills. Bailey's using him as the inbounder against the old line press, and they're immediately getting the ball back to him. So he's handling the ball. He's rebounding it, he's dribbling it up, he's shooting it. What else hasn't he done yet that we're gonna see?
Old-fashioned three-point play for Maine. He's got 6. And we've got an illegal screen, and that's 2 on Eddie Fisk, and that's a problem for Brady Sheffield, who's gonna go to the bench and sit Fisk down. Ryan Olson, or rather, no, not Olson. Luca Signora will come into the game. Sheffield didn't like that illegal screen on Fisk.
Signora brings some height to the lineup for Old Lyme, 6'5".
Here's Pappas. Inside, nice strong move to the hoop. First basket for Mason Perkins. 8 unanswered for Wheeler. They lead by 4. Corner 3 is an air ball. Rebounded by Brewer on the giddy-up. Tipped away from behind by Dahlke. So the ball will stay with the Lions with 31 on the shot clock.
And now with Fisk not in the game, you wonder if, you know, Old Lyme loses their compass, so to speak, and they start taking quick shots, which is something Coach Sheffield doesn't want them to do.
Pappas, Brewer on the wing. Bounces down low. Knocked away. Last touched by a disbelieving Coleman Curtis Reardon with that familiar headband. We're in a guy who his coach says is played well but needs more confidence. Now we have the officials conferring.
Well, they're discussing if it was a kickball or inadvertent.
So they set it down to 20.
Oh, good curl.
Pappas steps on the baseline, so on the turnover, it goes over to Old Lyme with 51.6 to go and a very entertaining first quarter. Here's Nate Main into the game, replacing Mason Perkins for the Lions. Old Lyme 20-6 a year ago when they won their first ever state championship. Looks like we have a foul down low.
Wheeler foul number 32, Garrett Linehan, his second.
So Mason Perkins called for his second.
The 5th on the team, Joe, so 2 shots now for the Wildcats.
Coleman Curtis Reardon misses his first. Didn't score in the opener and then had 13 in the home opener on Friday when they unveiled the Division V state championship banner.
Yeah, he was the starting point guard on last year's state champs.
That stops the Wheeler run at 8 as Ethan Trepanier just throws his body out there. First foul on Trepanier.
And not a bad foul. They had a foul to give. It might have been a breakaway layup opportunity.
35.6, a 6-second differential between shot and game clock. But Brewer, oblivious to it, knocked out of bounds. Good job that time by Maine to distract the O-line player. So it will be Lions basketball, and we got a foul on Brewer. So now Brewer has 2. And Mason Perkins will get off the bench for Stephen Bailey. So the 2 big guns who have lived up to the billing, Coach, both with 2 fouls. Now they decide not to take them out.
Yeah, that was a 50-50 one there.
Dalkey the pass. Brewer another rebound. Gets it to Maine. Players diving on the floor, and I think they've got James Maine for the foul. We have James Maine, spelled M-A-I-N, and Nate Maine, spelled M-A-Y-N-E. Just in case you're keeping score with us at home.
Yeah, no relation.
No relation. Here's Signora to shoot a couple. Lyme has had a decided advantage at the foul line. Now Dylan Hare will come into the game for James Maine.
This will be their 11th free throw of the quarter.
8.5 to go. First point for the junior, Lucas Signora. Nate Maine races to the front court. Brewer's got to heave it. It's short. That's the end of a very entertaining first quarter. So we're 8 minutes in. Game 2 of the Day Holiday Classic. It's Wheeler 17, O-Line 15.
Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book.
Relive a century of history from the perspective of southeastern Connecticut with the new hardcover book, Front Page News, a century of big stories in the day, 1881 to 1981. This 136-page limited edition book captures the pulse of a region and a nation, showcasing the day's most iconic front pages from its first 100 years. Order today at theday.frontpagesbook.com.
Along with Chris Giusti, I'm Joe D'Ambrosio, the third member of our crew, Glenn O'Brien, with a little intel behind the Lions bench. Thanks, Keith. I'll send you the check in the mail for messing up your name. As have I, brother. Here's Garrett Lenahan. Gets it to Brewer in the corner. Knocked away and stolen. Great defense by Curtis Reardon, and then at the other end, acrobatic block by Nate Main. You know, we saw high scoring relatively in the first quarter, Chris, but we've also seen some really good defense thus far.
Yeah, both teams gritty, hustling, playing hard. I think there was some terrific shot making in the first quarter, and that's why the score was up in the teens.
Segura dishes outside to Trepanier. Here's a pull-up. And he hits. That's a pretty shot by the 5'10 junior Oliver Wyman to tie the game at 17, his first bucket of the night. And that's just like you talked about, Coach. That was not an easy shot. Thrown away. Here's Wyman, one-on-one. Shot it a little quickly, and it was rebounded. And then Lenahan was fouled.
And 2 turnovers from the Lions to open up the second quarter here. They need to settle down, get the ball in the Brewers' hands.
James Dahlke called for the foul. Pappas leaves, and James Main, the 5'11 senior, comes in. Full court, man-to-man pressure. That is what Brady Sheffield and his staff live on. Racing to the front court, it's Nate Main. Hands it off to James Main. Nice step-in move. Pretty move by Garrett Lenahan to put Wheeler back on top. His first hoop of the night.
Another tough finish. That was not as easy as it may have looked on TV.
Drop step. Shot doesn't go. Brewer off the deck. Nice hustle from behind, but Brewer maintains. And they're going to call a foul on Coleman Curtis Reardon.
And now you see, Joe, the last couple times that Brewers had the ball, a swarm of black and blue jerseys have been around him. I know Coach Sheffield does not want Brewer to beat them tonight.
Nice lead pass. Great cut to the hoop by James Main. He's got 8. And we got a foul at midcourt for Nate Main, and that's his second.
And that was a beautiful design on that sideline out of bounds by Coach Bailey, a 2-way go, and a beautiful read for the backdoor cut.
Ryan Olson back in the game for Lucas Signora. One thing we haven't seen the last few minutes is Trepanier getting his way into the lane like he did earlier. Nate Main has tightened up the defense on him. Once again, Eddie Fisk on the bench, 7 points, 2 fouls. Nice duck-in move inside by Dahlke. 21-19. 5:40 to go here in half number 1. And they've got the foul on the drive to the hoop by James Main.
Yeah, interesting how that you say that, Joe, that Eddie Fisk not in the game with 2 fouls, but Zane Brewer is in the game with 2 fouls. And that is a philosophy that differs vastly among head coaches. Some coaches believe you sit a player with 2 fouls in the first half religiously, and some feel like it depends on the situation.
2 fouls on Trepanier, so the 5'1", 90-pound freshman, Will McKeever, into the ball game. Wearing number 3, Brady Sheffield calls him lightning fast. When was the last time you weighed 90 pounds, Juice?
Long time ago, Joe.
2-point Wheeler lead. Dalkey cut off on the baseline. Good move to the hoop by Ryan Olson. His first bucket ties the game at 21.
Another big body for the Wildcats. Olson goes 6'5".
Brewer almost lost the dribble. I thought Brady Sheffield was going to play defense on him. Double team, stripped and stolen. Good help defense that time by Carter Reardon. He grabs the offensive rebound and lays it in. And Coleman Curtis Reardon gives Lyme a 23-21 lead.
All Brewer could do was keep his arm straight up with the 2 fouls.
Maine picks up his dribble to Lenahan. Shot clock at 18. And I'm sure Ryan Olson, if he could do it again, doesn't commit that foul on the perimeter.
Yeah, but Old Lyme has stepped up their ball screen defense, and they've really made an effort now to come out high and either trap or hedge high and hard on that ball screen, and they're not allowing Wheeler to turn the corner.
Connor Vautrain back in the game for the Wildcats for Dalkey. Here's Maine, took the extra step, and he turns it over.
That's 5 turnovers now in the second quarter for Wheeler, Joe.
It is a 6-0 run for Old Lyme, who has made the most of those turnovers. Here's McKeever, guarded by Nate Maine. Curtis Reardon, wild shot, rebounded by Nate Maine. Down to 3:45 to go. Second quarter much lower scoring than the first. As they post up Lenahan against McKeever, and that was almost unfair.
Yeah, that was a 11-inch differential. 6 foot. 6 foot usually isn't a tower in basketball, but when your opponent's 5'1", that was an easy bucket.
Garrett Lenahan averaged 5 rebounds per game in the first 2. Misses the free throw to keep us tied at 23. Curtis Reardon watched by Brewer on the perimeter. Almost lost by Vautrain. Here's Wyman. Can't penetrate, so he goes on the perimeter. Vautrain's runner doesn't fall, and Brewer fouled by Olson. So that's 2 on Ryan Olson. He's the 3rd Wildcat with 2 fouls, and that'll get Dalkey back into the game. Meanwhile, coming back into the game for
it's going to put Brewer on the line. 5 team fouls,
okay.
Joe.
So Brewer goes to the line, so the subs can't come in yet. Zane Brewer playing with an entire new group this year, and Stephen Bailey says he trusts this group he plays with because it's all guys who he came up through the North Stonington school system.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that, like, you know, all these guys played together in middle school, then on the JV level, and, you know, they really just had to mix Zane Brewer in, and when you're as talented as Zane, that's an easy ingredient.
Brewer hits both his free throws. He has 11, and Wheeler back up 2, approaching 3 minutes to go here in the first half. The nightcap will be a good one from the ECC, St. Bernard against New London. Olsen on the perimeter. Coleman Reardon couldn't penetrate. Good perimeter defense by the Lions. Shot clock at 7. Open for 3 is Dahlke, and he hits. First made 3 of the year for James Dahlke, and it puts O-line back on top, 26-25. Turned over. Brewer's got to be careful here. Oh, he bumped him, and one. Coleman Reardon with the continuation.
And that gamble that looked like it was going to pay off. The house always wins, they say, at the casino.
That now is only, I'm sorry, just I don't want to interrupt you there,
ahead.
but that's only 2 fouls.
Oh, okay.
On Brewer. As Curtis Reardon completes the 3-point play.
So that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. But yet, with the 2 fouls, Brewer's still in the game.
It is a 12-4 run, and ball thrown away, they say. Last touched on the tip by Curtis Reardon.
Fisk has not played.
Nope. Well, you know, different coaches have different philosophy as far as foul trouble is concerned. You know, Jim Calhoun was a stickler. If you had 2 fouls in the first half, you came on. The 04 national semifinal against the Evil Empire, Emeka Okafor got 2 early fouls. Calhoun sat him out. Emeka played brilliantly in the second half. Meanwhile, the Duke Bigs all got in foul trouble, and UConn won that game and eventually beat Georgia Tech for their second national championship game. Here's Curtis Reardon all the way, blocked by Brewer. Possession arrow keeps the ball in Old Lyme's favor. Brewer just so versatile, does it all.
Yeah, and we saw that last year with this Lions team, but he, you know, it was such an ensemble cast that maybe he didn't get the spotlight, nor did he want it. But this year, people are going to start to see all that he can do.
Curtis Reardon comes up short. Oh, I like that. Ensemble cast.
Like Cheers.
Yeah, exactly. Who was Norm?
Oh, man, you'll have to talk to DeMoro about that. I don't know who Norm was on that team.
4-point O-line lead with 1:40 to go in the first half. Nate Main might have got away with a palming violation. Outside, it's Perkins. Now Brewer. Doubled on the baseline, stripped and stolen. And Olsen's bounce pass goes astray. He was trying to hit Votrain, who was open. But Grady Sheffield likes the aggression there by his team. And O-Line doing a terrific job doubling Brewer when he gets on the baseline.
Yeah, they really have made a concerted effort. He hit his first 4 shots. He hasn't got a clean look since.
Does not have a field goal in the second half, or second quarter, which is approaching 1 minute to play. Here's Zane on the right. Guarded by Curtis Reardon. Comes off a pick. High post, quick pull-up. Back of the iron, no good. And the rebound goes to the Wildcats. Dahlke gets a step and lays it in. James Dahlke, who had 4 points combined in the first 2 games, has 7 tonight. It's an 8-0 run and the biggest lead of the ball game for either team, with 36.4 to go as Dahlke knocks it out of bounds.
Yeah, and he's really hounding the ball handler here for Wheeler, so he's doing it on both sides of the court.
And if you're Brady Sheffield, you are thrilled the way your team is playing without Eddie Fisk.
Absolutely.
Outside on the perimeter. 20 to go in the first half. Left-hand layup is blocked.
To your point, Joe, since Fisk picked up his second, Old Lime's outscored Wheeler 16-11.
Shot clock down to 5. It'll be a baseline out-of-bounds play triggered by Garrett Lenahan. You know they're going to try to get Brewer open. open momentarily. Instead, they go on the perimeter. Got to get it up. 9 seconds to go. And stolen. Good hustle by Brewer. And then Dahlke with a foul that he would like to have back. With 4.1 seconds to go, it'll send Brewer to the line for 2.
Yeah, great hustle by Brewer, trailing the play. Looked like Old Lyme was going to have an odd man transition opportunity. Brewer trails the play, gets a deflection, gets the steal, and then picks up the reach-in foul to go to the line here.
Zane Brewer, who is the MVP of the Division II ECC tournament with 21 points in the final against Stonington, stops the 8-0 run as Trepanier and McKeever, a couple of speedsters, come in the game with 4.1 to go here in the first half. O-Line will go to the locker room with the lead, barring something totally unforeseen. Shot is missed, and that will do it. So we are 16 minutes in, and O-Line outscoring Wheeler 16-9 in the second quarter. Goes to the locker room with the lead, 31-26. Brady Sheffield standing by with Keith O'Brien.
Coach, you guys take a 5-point lead into the locker room, an 8-1 run to close out the first half. You've got to be thrilled with your bench play in the first half.
Yeah, incredible effort off the bench from James Dahlke in particular, picking up the ball full court, influencing the ball handler. I'd like to see us more physical overall as a team. We've had some bad fouls, more physicality off the ball, making it tougher for Zane. And hopefully we get Eddie back in this half and it can help us put some points up too.
What do you want to see get cleaned up here in the last 16 minutes of the game?
Our fouls. We're fouling 94 feet away from the rim. We're sending guys to the line on takes that we probably don't need to send them to the line to. And I'd like to see us just defend without fouling. I think that's a big thing in this second half. We already got some foul trouble.
All right. Good luck in the second half, Coach. Joe?
Brady Sheffield's O-Line Wildcats, who won here when they took the Division V state championship with a strong second quarter effort. At the half, it is O-Line 31, Wheeler 26 in Game 2 of the Day Holiday Classic.
What year were you born?
2007.
I would say one of the coolest experiences I had after I won, once the buzzer rang, it was running with my team to the middle with the trophy and running to the student section where all the kids in the school were there. They were all cheering for us. And then after, seeing my parents, after all the interviews, trying to get through the interviewers and seeing my mom there and going up and hugging her, seeing my dad, and that was one of the best experiences after.
When did this year start?
Right when last year ended. I mean, we give the guys the spring off. We don't do any lifting, any running, anything. We want them to take time to kind of recuperate, and they need some time away from me, definitely. But for me, it started, a week after that season ended, and I'm already planning, scheming for this year.
I would say probably a day or two where I came home, I got to celebrate with the people of my town and the community and my team, and then it got to a point where I'm like, all right, I won one, but I want more. So I got to work in, and we had off-season workouts and workouts with other coaches and AAU teams, and it was just getting ready.
You can't get under his skin. We had everyone taking a different approach at him last year, boxing one, full denial, trash talk, everything that people wanted to do to try to get to him, and he just plays. Never gets involved in any of it. When things aren't going well, he just keeps playing, plays hard on both ends, which I love, and yeah, you can't faze him. He's a captain for us this year. So last year he was a leader on the floor for us, of course, but we had 5 seniors last year. Jack Porter, Leland Hine, great role models, great captains. Leland really took him in and kind of helped him and led the way for him. And now Eddie's got to kind of take that role and help guys that are older than him, which is an interesting thing. He's a sophomore, but he's got more varsity experience than anyone on our roster right now. So he's going to kind of be leading the way for us with guys that are juniors and with some freshmen and some sophomores. But yeah, he's the role on the court might not change. We still need him to play hard on both ends and lead us. But definitely, from a leadership standpoint in the huddle and off the court, he's got to be vocal a little bit more than he was last year, but he's up for it. He's been great so far.
As the clock runs out on Wheeler, the Cheney Tech Chargers are headed to Mohegan Sun.
I think
For the first couple of weeks or so, I was thinking about everything I could have done different, but a little bit after I realized like finishing the way we did was pretty impressive. So I was able to overcome that feeling of loss in the beginning, and now I'm feeling good now though.
When I took over the program and had Zane in his sophomore year, he conformed to that team type of basketball and really believed in me. He played with it with a chip on his shoulder every single day, every single practice, and you could see that and show it even in last year's tournament. I have a lot of respect for him as an individual and a lot of comfort being able to have a player like Zane.
My dad, he played, and everything he's ever done, he's taught me, and I've even taught him a couple things, but he's been there since I first touched the ball when I was like 3, and then ever since then he's helped me. Every single game I look at him too. He's
a fierce competitor. He really is. I've seen some fires lit under his belt in the moment and in games as well as in practice. You know, he talked about having that leadership vocal point like DeAndre. He has now become our DeAndre and has become our vocal leader.
All of them really like gave me something in leadership. Like I saw leadership from all of them in different ways. And it just helped me like combine them all and become a better leader.
Every single year except for, you know, those magical unicorns like I had 2 years ago and then graduated nobody. You know, that same kind of feeling is, you know, this team has been within this program the last 2 years.
Well, it's definitely different because last year, you know, I've been on the same team with those guys since, you know, like 6th grade. And now this year we got all the guys in my grade that I have been playing with, just not at the same level. So I think it'll be interesting, but it'll definitely be fun. We're all friends. So.
It's time for the Grade 8 Plays of the Fall as voted on by you. Number 8, part of the Italian combo at Daniel Hand, Paul Calandrelli. Week 1 versus New London. Hand with an exceptional season, and it started there with Calandrelli. At number 7, Week 3, St. Bernard's Abby Egan chases down the ball from Alyssa Hernandez, 1 touch to herself, and then look at the finesse, putting it past the Montville keeper. At number 6, Killingly football, state champions this year, thanks in part to plays like this. Hayden Allard against Woodstock on Thanksgiving, interception at the goal line and off the races, 100 yards for the Division I Player of the Year. Congratulations, Coach Chad Neal and the Big Red Machine on another state championship. Speaking of great seasons, how about Waterford's Jax Higgins? In the corner, Parker Spencer, 2 feet down, tap those toes, touchdown. Big game versus Ledyard. Great year for Coach Zeph Nolda and the Lancers. At number 4, hey Jacob Schrag, Stonington football, did you make this play on Xbox or PlayStation? Because this is video game style. 10 different defensive players for Plainfield have a chance to make this stop, but look at Schrag bobbing, weaving, and somehow makes it into the end zone. At number 3, Wyndham's Asael Garcia Rodriguez, the running back, becomes the kicker. That soccer career came in handy, the game-winning field goal in the Double S quarterfinal against Ledyard. Wyndham, another fabulous season. At number 2, Griswold football, Week 5, Aiden Cutter takes the seemingly harmless kickoff, but nothing's harmless when Cutter's got the ball because he gone. 85 yards to the house, high step it into the end zone. But your number 1 play, you voted on it. Youth shall be served. Christopher Moreau, Plainfield Youth Micros, taken off on a 93-yard touchdown run. Go, go, Moreau. He's breaking tackles and nobody's catching him.
This time out is brought to you by Whipple Trucking out of North Stonington, Connecticut. With years of experience specializing in local hotshot trucking, including building supplies, trucks, tractors, campers, farm and construction equipment, and hay. Contact Greg Whipple at 860-287-5598.
Game Day is a production of The Day Publishing Company. If you'd like to support Game Day and help us continue to bring you the best in Connecticut high school sports, please consider purchasing a print or digital subscription to The Day at theday.com/subscribe.
Follow Game Day CT on social media after the game for tonight's Top Play, brought to you by State Farm agent Christine Wagner. When you make the right decision, it feels good, like picking the perfect accent rug or choosing a good night's sleep over an all-night crime show binge. It feels good to make the right insurance decision, too. That's why State Farm agent Christine Wagner is right here in New London County to help you select the right protection at the right price. Christine will make sure you understand State Farm coverages so you'll know what to expect if the unexpected happens. With State Farm agent Christine Wagner, it's easy to make the right choice. Just call her. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And we welcome you back to Mohegan Sun Arena, along with Chris Giusti and the sports doctor, Mike DeMoro on stats, Peter Hoppe producing. I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. I think if you're Brady Sheffield, you're clicking your heels that your young team played so well without Eddie Fisk Jr., who missed, I would say, the last 10, 11 minutes of the first half.
Yeah, and just like you referred to, Joe, in the first half, some coaches are very strict with their philosophy. If you pick up 2 fouls, you're going to sit. You referenced Coach Calhoun, the great Coach Calhoun did that even in the biggest games that UConn played in. And Sheffield felt like having Eddie Fisk with 3 fouls would be too much of a mountain to climb in the second half, so he relied on his bench, and his bench stepped up. They outscored Wheeler 16-12 with Fisk on the bench, and they won the second quarter handily. They caused a lot of turnovers. They stepped up the defensive pressure, forced a lot of turnovers. Wheeler had 11 first half turnovers. Old Lyme only gave it away 5 times.
Second half possession brought to you by Kuchar Financial. Located in New London, Kuchar Financial will help you keep possession of your money through sound financial planning and investment, tax planning, and preparation for individuals and small businesses. Everyone wants to feel better about their finances, so go see Lee Kuchar at Kuchar Financial and let him help you feel more confident. All right, Dave, put on your coaching jacket again. What are you looking for or rather, Chris? I was thinking of Dave Giusti, the Major League Baseball pitcher, who you remind me of being a distinguished fellow. What do you think Stephen Bailey said to his team in the locker room at halftime?
Well, they got to be able to take care of the basketball. First and foremost, you can't win a game if you don't take shots. So you got to be able to take care of the basketball, and you got to be able to compete here on defense and make sure that Old Lyme doesn't have any open looks at the basket, especially with Fisk in the game now, presumably for the rest of this 16 minutes.
Fisk is back in, starting the second half. Wheeler going right to left in the home white, trimmed in maroon. Maine stalked in the backcourt by Vautrain. Picks up his dribble, 5 count begins. Gets it off, it's tipped away and stolen by Wyman. Saved, but Brewer is there to pick off the errant pass. Here's James Maine off to Lenahan. And the shot clock never recycled, so the officials, Roger Warner, or rather Brett Perry, gets the shot clock back to 29. Well officiated first half by the 3 gentlemen, the law firm of Warner, Perry, and Cole. Corner 3 is an air ball. Players go to the floor for it. It's tied up, alternate possession. The ball will go to the Wildcats.
Now, one of the things Wheeler never really had to worry about last year, Joe, was breaking pressure. They had outstanding ball handling in the backcourt, and tonight they're really struggling to get past just a single man-to-man defender. I think Bailey's got to start thinking about maybe having Zane Brewer bring the ball up more often.
Fisk's first touch, nice backdoor pass. Knocked away, he gets it back. Just the start of things, third quarter. Nice cut to the hoop by Fisk. Off the pretty setup. Just his second field goal. And Lyme with a 7-point lead. That's their biggest of the night. Brewer with the pull-up. Zane Brewer with 14.
Tough. Not much more you could do defensively.
Trepanier, who got into the lane early in the game. Fisk defended tough, but forces it up and in.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to stop him if you're going to play behind him. Wheeler's got to do a better job of getting at least three-quarter in front to defend that post entry.
Maine hawked by Vautrain. Here's Brewer on the perimeter. Runs it down at midcourt. Shot clock at 10. Here's Brewer, gets bumped, nothing called. Back outside it goes to Lenahan. And that's going to be another shot clock violation. Good defense by the Wildcats. And since that first quarter, they have really toughened things down on Stephen Bailey's team.
Yeah, almost since that second foul on Fisk.
Right.
They've almost flipped the switch and said, okay, we better D up or we're going to be out of this game.
Vautrain gets cut off. Curtis Reardon. Trepanier as they work the perimeter. Fisk from the foul line. Back rims it, no, and Brewer gets another rebound for Stonington. Here's Nate Maine. Gets by Vautrain, who blocks it. Taken away by Wyman. Trepanier. Almost got the acrobatic shot to go in.
Yeah, this will be a 50-50 call. I think some people will be debating it. He's outside the restricted area, but such a bang-bang play that those are hard ones to make.
Third foul on James Maine. So here's Trepanier, who missed a free throw earlier. And it is on James Maine. The officials confirm that. So Maine will come out after the first free throw. Trepanier knocks down the first. Brody Pappas comes in. Pappas averaging 4 points a game. 5'8" junior. 2 free throws for Trepanier. Ethan with 8. No Lyme starting to take charge.
The Wildcats would have decided advantage at the free throw line.
Brewer steps on the sideline. Another Wheeler turnover as they're just dribbling into trouble. 3 here in the third quarter. 14 for the game.
And that time they had Brewer bring the ball up, but still, same result.
Lyme looking for the first double-digit lead of the night. Here's Fisk. Gets a step and lays it in. 13 for Fisk. Lyme with an 8-2 advantage.
Yeah, that's a mismatch, Perkins.
And another turnover as Pappas dribbled it on the sideline. The 15th turnover of the night for the Lions.
Still playing Perkins on Fisk straight up. That's not a good matchup for the Lions.
Curtis Reardon, who helped fill the void when Fisk was on the bench. Now they double team him. Wyman dishes left. Down low, Curtis Reardon. Forces it up and in. Third field goal for CCR. And the first double-digit lead of the night. 41-28, and we got a foul at midcourt. Called on Wyman, his second. Wheeler's just got to take better care of the basketball.
Yeah, that pressure has really been ratcheted up by the Wildcats here. And Wheeler doesn't have an answer right now.
I think they got to get Brewer more involved in the offense. Being guarded now, face guarded. Baseline floater, no good, and Fisk rebounds. 2-on-1 if they hurry. Wyman goes to the left hand. And a foul called on Connor Vautrin. His first. You can hear Stephen Bailey yell out plays. There's Brady Sheffield. Was an assistant to Connecticut legendary high school basketball player John Pannone at Cromwell, where they won a state championship in Division IV. Brewer forces it up, looking for the call. Lead for Fisk, the pull-up. No, but he's fouled. That's the second on Lenahan, and Fisk will go to the line for the 7th and 8th times tonight.
He's really a difference maker. He's so strong. He's got good balance and able to finish around the hoop. It's a problem. It's going to be a problem for teams of this school size that, you know, don't have a lot of athleticism. They're going to have to come up with a game plan to not allow him to get the ball that close to the basket.
Eddie Fisk, a guy who has his mom rebound for him in the O-line gym when they're not practicing.
I love that.
Good job by Mom.
Absolutely.
Can rebound and cook. That's a good scouting report. 14 for Fisk. The lead is 14 with 3 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Vautrin away from the ball, called for a push. Third foul on the Wildcats. You get 4, and on the 5th, it's a 2-shot foul. Do you like that? Would you prefer to see the 1-and-1?
I personally love it. I know a lot of coaches hate it.
Here's Pappas, dishes off. Main a 3 is an air ball, rebounded by Fisk, and then a travel. Trepanier took an extra 2 steps before he put the ball on the deck. Just 1 field goal in the first 5:09 of the third quarter for the Lions. They will play Friday against Brantford in the Morgan Holiday Tournament in Clinton. Fisk gets a hand on it, knocks it out of bounds. Meanwhile, Lyme will take the long trip up to Ellington. I mean, it's Connecticut, nothing's that far. Let's be realistic here. It's not like you have to pack a bag and plan to stay overnight.
But they are accustomed to traveling 10 minutes away in the shoreline.
Fisk called for his 3rd. And that will get Oliver Wyman off the bench. Brady Sheffield has a word with his star.
Yeah, I think he takes him out because the team's playing so well.
Brewer with a strong dive to the hoop. 16 for Zach Brewer. Lions need a lot more of that. Here's Vautrin. Gets a step, lays it up. Good use of the left hand by Vautrin for his first 2. Take it away. Here's Dalkey. Nice strip by Pappas. Good hustle by Brody Pappas to keep Dalkey away from the run out.
Dalkey's been great, hasn't he, Joe?
He's been terrific off the bench. No question. had 7 first half points when Old Lyme took control of this one.
And the defensive tenacity and pressure.
Brady Sheffield calls a timeout. This timeout brought to you by Whipple Trucking out of North Stonington, with years of experience specializing in local hotshot trucking, including building supplies, trucks, tractors, campers, farm and construction equipment, and hay. Contact Greg Whipple at 860-287-5598. As you look inside the Wheeler huddle.
Well, the Lions are no stranger to comebacks. They were down 14 in the third quarter against Stonington in the season opener, down 11 in the fourth, and scratched and clawed and found a way to win. So there's no quit in Stephen Bailey's team. What they have to be able to find is a way to break through this Old Lyme pressure, and it's not anything special. It's just tenacious man-to-man defense, and they got to find a way to get by their man.
All right, let's see what Keith O'Brien found out. Sports doctor?
You got the name right this time, Joe.
You know what? I practiced. All
Good job.
I did at halftime was practice your name.
Hey, listen, Coach Stephen Bailey talked about taking care of the basketball and just an emphasis on making a point to his teammates to get Zane Brewer the ball. He's their best scorer. You know, free him up a little bit with some screens off the ball. Get him loose, get him free, get him working. Coach, you've been in that position. How do you free up your best scorer when he's attracted a double team? That's their biggest challenge right now.
Yeah, it starts with having a guy that can handle the ball against the pressure. It doesn't matter what play you run if the point guard's turning it over.
Errant pass that time by Wyman. So, Stonington, or rather Wheeler will get the ball. It was Stonington they beat in the opener. It was Stonington they beat here for the D2 tournament title last March. Magical run for Stephen Bailey's team, their first ECC title. Brewer hacked in the act as he goes to the goal. And Zane Brewer will go to the line to shoot 2. Foul on Oliver Wyman, his third. So Wyman has 3, Fisk has 3. And Brewer 3 for 4 from the line. Will go back to the stripe to shoot a couple. Called a 4-dimension score by Stephen Bailey.
Wow, that sounds psychedelic.
Sounds like something from the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. 4 dimensions. What are the? Did he tell you what they were?
I have no idea. And
I've never heard that.
I'll be honest with you, Juice. I wasn't about to ask. I figured that's above my basketball pay grade. 1 of 2 for Brewer. Zane with 17.
A little wrinkle here, Joe.
Little half-court trap, and they force a turnover. So it pays off immediately.
The Wildcats have now turned the ball over 3 of the last 4 possessions.
Brewer gives it up to Nate Main. Comes out on the right for 3. Back rims it. Ball kept alive, and I think they're going to get Mason Perkins for a foul, and they do as he dove after the basketball. Second on the 5'11 senior, Dylan Hare. 5'8 junior into the game for Wheeler, replacing James Main. Little 1-2-2 trap, the old UCLA press. Tipped away by Perkins and stolen. 4 turnovers in the last 5 possessions. Brewer puts it on the floor. Open 3 for Pappas. Back rims it, no good. Trepanier. Tied up by Pappas. A couple of number 1s go at it, and it'll be Wheeler ball on the alternate possession as James Main, an offensive-defensive switch, comes in for Dylan Hare for Wheeler. 55.4 to go in quarter number 3. Old Lyme took the lead early in the second quarter and hasn't looked back. Main stumbles. Boy, Perkins is lucky he didn't get a foul there. All the way to the hoop for the layup. Vautrain with 4. And it's a 15-point cushion.
He's giving them good minutes as well, Joe.
1 second differential between the shot and the game clock. Nice backdoor cut. Results in a layup. Pretty pass to James Main, who has 10. And it's stolen. Nate Main with his first hoop.
These Lions don't quit. We know that.
It's a 7-3 run. Trepanier incurring the wrath of his coach, Brady Sheffield. So it was a 15-point lead until the Lions scored the final 2 hoops of the third quarter. After 3 in Game 2 of the Day Holiday Classic, it's Old Lyme 46, the Wheeler Lions 35.
Follow Game Day CT on social media after the game for tonight's Top Play, brought to you by State Farm agent Christine Wagner. When you make the right decision, it feels good, like picking the perfect accent rug or choosing a good night's sleep over an all-night crime show binge. It feels good to make the right insurance decision, too. That's why State Farm agent Christine Wagner is right here in New London County to help you select the right protection at the right price. Christine will make sure you understand State Farm coverages so you'll know what to expect if the unexpected happens. With State Farm agent Christine Wagner, it's easy to make the right choice. Just call her. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Along with Chris Giusti, the sports doctor, Keith O'Brien.
Mike Sheffield talked about taking care of the basketball. The end of that third quarter was just plagued with turnovers, and we hurting ourselves out there. Ball fake, throw the ball. Don't lob it. Play with a purpose out there, and let's finish this game off strong. I mean, Coach, you saw it the last down the stretch here. Very sloppy from Old Lyme.
Yeah, they turned the ball over 4 of the last 6 possessions. So, but much of that was without Fisk on the floor, and he's back now. So we'll see what happens.
Matched up against Brewer, the 2 high-profile players, as Wheeler sinks back into a zone for the first time tonight. Little 2-3 action. Dalkey penetrates and stops. Baseline drive and a left-handed floater. Suddenly Connor Vautrain with 6. And the league back up to 13. Baseline drive by Nate Main. The thing if you're Wheeler is you can't trade baskets. You got to get stops. That time a good press break. They work the perimeter for 3. Dalkey, too strong. Rebound grabbed off by Garrett Lenahan of Wheeler. Boy, Dalkey really playing in the chest of Nate Main. Here's Pappas on the perimeter against Vautrain. Up top, they find Lenahan, a 3 from the right. Rims the basket, no, and we've got a foul inside against Old Lyme on the rebound.
And going back to that last possession for the Wildcats, Wheeler's playing zone. They're almost tempting somebody to shoot a 3, and Old Lyme's got to get the ball to Fisk.
Coleman Curtis, Reardon called for the foul. Nate Main gets free. And it's down to 9. Plenty of time for Wheeler. Good diagonal press break by Curtis Reardon. Dalkey picks up his dribble, gets stripped from behind, gets it back, and it's stolen. Here's Lenahan. Loose on the floor, knocked out of bounds by the Wildcats, but Old Lyme coming a little unglued here in the last few minutes, Coach.
Yeah, I like Stephen Bailey changing the defenses, and Old Lyme has not been able to get the ball to Eddie Fisk so far this quarter.
Pull up on the baseline, too strong. And the rebound grabbed off by Curtis Reardon. Open shot for James Main, just put a little too much energy into it. Inside, Fisk walked. took the extra step.
He was so open.
Right, I think he was surprised he was that open.
Yeah, he didn't need the dribble. He can hit the jumper where he caught it.
Brewer matched up at midcourt with Curtis Reardon. Curtis Reardon hits the deck. Weak side pass and a layup for Lenahan. Good look by Brewer.
They won't quit, Joe. They won't quit.
It's down to 7. Dalkey thought about it.
Smart.
This was a 15-point game at 46-31. Curtis Reardon fouled by Brewer. Took the extra step to the hoop, and Zane Brewer commits his 3rd foul. As you watch it again, good move by Curtis Reardon. It was 46-31 when Wheeler scored the final 2 hoops of the 3rd quarter. And they're currently on a 6-0 run as Curtis Reardon misses the first. Called a coach on the floor by his coach, Brady Sheffield. He was the big reason they won the ECC Finals. He had 10 points in that championship game. Hits the free throw. 8-point Lions lead, or 8-point Wildcat lead. Pappas all the way. Lenahan hands. Spinning jump shot is banked home. Pretty move by Brewer.
The Lions are 4 of 5 this quarter. They're playing well right now.
Fisk just throws to Dalkey in the corner. How did he know Dalkey was there? Left-hand layup won't go by Vautrain. Here comes Brewer. Wheeler scores. Brady Sheffield may go to the timeout. Here's Lenahan. Plenty of time on the shot clock. Maine throws it up, but he's fouled by Dalkey. And Nate Maine will go to the line for the first time tonight.
You know, coming out of halftime, Coach Sheffield has had a design play to get Eddie Fisk the ball inside and resulted in an easy hoop. I think he needs to find a play right now to get the ball inside to Fisk.
Wheeler now 5 of 9 from the line as Ethan Trepanier comes into the game replacing Dalkey. 2 misses and Fisk with good position gets the rebound. That was a golden opportunity for Wheeler to get as close as they've been in a long time.
Yeah.
Wyman double teamed and Sheffield calls for timeout.
Yeah, that's a good timeout. Settle them down. Get the ball to your big man.
Second timeout called by Brady Sheffield, and this one brought to you by Whipple Trucking out of North Stonington, with years of experience specializing in local hotshot trucking, including building supplies, trucks, tractors, campers, farm and construction equipment, and hay. Contact Greg Whipple at 860-287-5598 as you look at Stephen Bailey encouraging his troops. First game of the night, the #1 team in the state, Notre Dame of West Haven beating the Academics of Hillhouse 66-43 nightcap. 2 ECC powers as New London takes on St. Bernard, who lost last year in the D1 final to Notre Dame of West Haven.
What'd you think of Abdou Toure, Joe?
You know, I only got here for the second half. He can play. He's got some silky smooth moves, Coach. Shot clock at 22, game clock at 4:20. Wheeler stays in that zone. Corner 3. Side of the rim, no good. Nate Maine with the rebound for Wheeler. Not sure that's the shot Brady Sheffield wanted there. Pappas on the perimeter. Hands to Nate Maine. Vautrain on him. Gets a step. Bounces on the baseline. Pump fake. Layup falls in. Garrett Lenahan makes it a 4-point game with plenty of time remaining. Nice bounce pass. Trepanier is clobbered. as he goes to the hoop. And that'll be the 4th on Zane Brewer, but you're not taking him out here.
No.
With 3:38 to go. At least I don't think Stephen Bailey's taking him out. Nice pass by Fisk to the cutting Trepanier.
Yeah, Fisk has to touch the ball every possession.
Trepanier is short. He's now 2 of 4 at the line. Stephen Bailey's team has done what Wheeler does. Made a comeback. Rebound tipped. Grabbed off by Lenahan. In the corner, Pappas. Kicks it right. Main, a 3 is short. And the rebound picked off the floor by Wyman of O-line. 3:20 to go, 4-point game. Pappas on the run out, misses. And the rebound by Wyman, boy, they got away with one there. Vautrain dribbled into the double team and had it taken away. Here's Connor Vautrain, double team. Swung around to Trepanier on the baseline. Cross court, Wyman lays it in. Looked like a dangerous pass. Make that Vautrain, who's got 8. And it's back to a 6-point lead with 2:35 to play. Brewer with the touch, guarded by Curtis Reardon. Now Main down the lane, can't get it to fall. Gets his own rebound, kicks it out. A 3 is good! Garrett Lenahan. 51-48. That's 11 for Lenahan. It's turned into a dandy, approaching 2 minutes to play. Still can't get Fisk the ball in the middle of that zone. Corner 3, rattles around and out. Rebound Brewer, and Wheeler calls for time.
Wow. They don't quit, right, Joe?
Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm impressed, Juice.
And Coach Bailey spent a number of years coaching with current St. Joe's High School head coach Jeff Bernardi down at East Lyme. And those teams, they never quit. They always played hard. They always made the most of every minute and every ounce of sweat that was poured out. And he's brought that culture here to Wheeler, to North Stonington. And Sports Doctor couldn't be more thrilled that his Lions have made a game of what we thought could be a blowout.
Peter.
Let's go across the way to the Sports Doctor.
Well, listen, it's just the teams out is a big deal. And that's what they're learning right now. They're young, and Wheeler's not going away. So they're going to learn how to close this thing out.
It's as close as it's been, sorry, Juice, since it was 28-25 in the second quarter.
Yeah, and another factor there is switch of defenses. You know, not only closing things out, but when you have a young team and you throw different looks at them, so it wasn't only the half-court trap, it was going to a 2-3 zone, and Old Lyme hasn't been able to figure it out.
Brewer hawked by Curtis Reardon at midcourt. Bounces outside on the right to Main. Tipped away by Dahlke. 15 on the shot clock, plenty of time for the Lions. A 3 will tie it. Nate Main, kick out, Pappas for 3. Back rim, no good, rebound. Knocked out of bounds by Pappas. So it'll be O-line basketball, but that was a clean look for Brody Pappas.
Yeah, that would, there's quite a crowd here behind us now, Joe. That would have brought it down.
Now a little half-court trap. Trepanier. Dahlke on the baseline. Fisk doesn't look to go to the hoop. Approaching 1 minute to play. Curtis Reardon gets stripped from behind and stolen. Pappas with the deflection.
Don't need a 3.
Here's Lenahan. Pappas with 50 seconds to play. You'd like to see Brewer get a touch here. There it is, Brewer. Guarded by Curtis Reardon. Drop step, and he hits! Tough shot, 21 for Brewer. And Stonington calls for time, down 1.
Yeah, and they really made something out of nothing here, Joe. Just willed the ball in there, and this kid's been doing it, you know, for the past couple of years, and now he knows that if he doesn't do it, it's not going to get done. What does Old Lyme do here? You know, I thought on that last possession, they didn't need to go at the rim so soon, but now, with 35 seconds left, do you try to hold the ball out and force Wheeler to foul? If I'm Coach Bailey, I'm gonna just roll with the same thing that we've been doing. Just pressure the ball. If we happen to get called for a foul, so be it. But they only have 2 team fouls, so they have to make that decision rather quickly. If they're gonna decide to foul, they gotta go right away. If they're gonna decide to play it straight, they gotta get a hard trap right away.
They'll put the pressure on. They won't guard the inbounder. Oliver Wyman. Curtis Reardon to Wyman. They get it across. 30 seconds to go. Curtis Reardon double teamed. Bounces to Fisk. It's knocked away. Fisk gets it back, and they get a timeout. Good job by Eddie Fisk Jr. to get the timeout with 21.4 to play in the game. 20 on the shot clock. Now, this would be my guess. If you don't steal the ball off the inbounds, you got to foul, because you got to get to the point where if you need to foul, it'll be 1-and-1 or 2 shots.
Yeah,
because you're still within 3.
Yeah, I like that strategy there with 35 seconds, but now that we're down to 20, it's got to. I don't even really think you trap. I think you got to foul right away. 1-2, get to 4. Then if you want to try to get a quick trap after that, but you can't mess around. You got to get your 4 fouls as soon as possible.
Right, I agree. I totally agree. Possession arrow belongs to Wheeler. It'll be a side out of bounds in front of the O-line bench. Now they move Wyman in front of the scorer's table. They can go to the backcourt to receive the pass. They get it into Fisk, guarded by Brewer. They double. Off the Trepanier, and he's fouled immediately by Pappas. First on Pappas, 3rd on the team, down to 15.2 to go.
Yeah, the problem there was that Brewer was guarding the ball, and he can't give the foul.
Which is why Perkins comes in for him. Also coming in, the diminutive Will McKeever into the game for Dalkey.
Yeah, if he gets the ball, he's going to try to dribble around.
And Dylan Hare in for Lenahan. Shot clock turned off, 1-point game. Here's McKeever. And he's fouled almost immediately by Nate Main. So Wheeler at the limit with 12.8 to go, still down 1. And again, I would say now if you don't steal it immediately, you start playing the foul game.
Yep. Try to steal the inbound, if not, foul right away.
Wyman to trigger across the way from where we are. 1-point game. Ball tipped, grabbed, and a foul. So Perkins fouls Fisk, who hasn't scored in a while. In fact, he hasn't scored in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, Wheeler going to the zone has really stymied the Wildcats.
14 for Fisk. They bring Brewer back into the game. Now Brewer's got to come out. It's just a technicality. He can go back in after the first free throw. Eddie Fisk, 6 of 8 from the line tonight. Crowd gets library-like silent. Fisk calmly knocks down the first. Now the subs all come in. Now the question goes the other way, Coach. If Fisk makes it, do you foul if you're Lyme and not allow a three-point field goal attempt?
I think so.
Some coaches so reticent to do that. 11.8 to go. No good! Rebound, Pappas. 8 seconds to go. Here's Pappas with 5. Outside to Maine. And a foul! Dalkey called for the third foul. 0.3 of a second remain. And unless it's a tip, you can't get a field goal off with, or you can.
0.3 you can.
You can, all right.
Yes. Unfortunately, Coach Bailey's not happy with what happens on the last possession there, but, you know, when looking back at that film tomorrow, there really wasn't anything presenting itself for Wheeler. The Old Lyme defense really stepped up.
They didn't even look. They didn't look for Brewer there, and Zane Brewer has 21 points, has played spectacularly. So we'll see what the Lions diagram with 0.3 of a second to play as you look into Stephen Bailey's huddle. This has turned into a terrific game. 15-6, fourth quarter advantage for Wheeler. Down to 0.3 of a second to play.
They didn't quit, and also credit Old Lyme. I felt like on that last possession, I know people will say, well, they didn't look to get it to Brewer. They couldn't see him.
Yeah, the defense was that good.
It really was. It really was. So now let's see if he's got a little bit of Christmas magic.
It'll be Lenahan to trigger. He's out there with Perkins, James Maine, Nate Maine, and Lenahan. They bring in Signora for the windmill effect on the inbounds. 0.3 of a second to go. Curtis Reardon guarding Brewer. The pass is tipped by Signora, and that's the ball game. They brought Lucas Signora in for the windmill effect, and he blocked the inbounds pass. They were trying to lob it weak side to Zane Brewer, and Old Lyme gets away with a 51-51 in a terrific game here at Mohegan Sun Arena.
Yeah, honestly, it ended up being everything we expected it to be. It didn't always look that way. It looked like the Wildcats were going to pull away, but no quit in this Wheeler Lion team, and just a lot of grit from the Old Lyme Wildcats. Got a lot of contributions from their bench tonight, Joe.
51-50 is our final. Old Lyme goes to 2-1 on the season, while Wheeler slips to 1-2. Nestled in the woods of Lebanon, Roberto's Log Cabin is the cozy, rustic home of comfort food. Family owned and operated, the Cabin, as it's fondly known, offers a diverse menu of hearty fare, from burgers to the best ribs in the state. Come check out the Hallway of History in the newly renovated tavern. Sample the diverse menu, craft beers, and great cocktails, all while watching your favorite sports, etc., on one of their 10 TVs. So I guess you can watch Young and Restless if you're there in the afternoon. Stop in and see Rob and the crew and tell them Game Day sent you. Let's get our player of the game and the head coach. Let's go to the sports doctor.
All right, Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game tonight is a T-shirt brought to you by Sporties. Roberto's Log Cabin, located in Lebanon, Connecticut. Tonight's player of the game is Eddie Fisk. Eddie, 15 points tonight. You can take this T-shirt down to Roberto's. Here's for you, player of the game. All right, you, your family, and your teammates can eat all the wings you know. You have a free plate of wings at Roberto's, that T-shirt. Listen, 15 points tonight. It's a new team. It's a different team. What was the difference down the stretch for you guys?
It was a team effort, meaning everyone here contributed equally, and it wasn't just one player.
Now, out there during the course of the game, how do you find yourself? How do you get yourself in that offensive rhythm?
It's just more of just attacking and playing with patience, and because we don't want to force anything that we don't want, so we try to go as slow as we can and get what we want.
All right, great job tonight, our player of the game. Head coach Brady Sheffield, well, I mean, back-to-back wins on this floor. I'm sure it doesn't get old, but I think the one thing tonight is you got a young team, you faced a little adversity, you played with a lead, you kind of find a little bit of everything about your team tonight.
Yeah, it was a great night for us. We showed a lot of character. You know, things got tough later on in the game. Guys held it down. Luka making a huge play at the end of that game, coming in and executing. You know, didn't play a ton tonight and came in and did what he was supposed to do. Everyone just doing their job. You know, we showed our youth throwing the ball around a lot. But, you know, towards the end of the game, way to hunker down, way to not turn it over in that last 20 seconds, make a couple of free throws and get a stop. It's huge.
You know, with no seniors, too, I'm sure you want to see who's going to compete, who's going to step up when, you know, the team gets kind of stuck in quicksand a little bit.
Yeah, we got a lot of guys that are ready to do that for us. Thought we had great minutes off the bench all night. Ryan Olson, James Dahlke, great minutes off the bench. James had, you know, incredible ball pressure all night, influencing the ball handler. We wavered a little bit in the second half and weren't as physical like we talked about at halftime as I would like us to be. But towards down the stretch, made enough plays to come out with it. We'll always take that.
You know, the one thing you talked about, too, in the pregame, you said, enjoy the experience. We're here at the Mohegan Sun. Enjoy it. How important is that?
It's very important. You never know if you're going to get back here. You know, who knows if we'll be back here for a state final or for another, you know, day classic. You might not get either one of them. So this could be the last time you play in here. For some guys, it could be the only time you play in here. You have to enjoy this. I mean, it's one of the best places that we have to offer around, and we're just lucky enough to be here.
Hey, guys, I got something in my pocket I think Coach might want back. It's actually state championship ring from last year. I'm going to give it back to you. But, hey, listen, great job. Great job by Old Lyme tonight. Congratulations. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys.
You don't think the sports doctor is going to try to pawn that off somewhere, do you? Eddie Fisk with 15 for Old Lyme, 8 apiece for Curtis Reardon, Trepanier, and Vautrin, while for Wheeler, Zane Brewer with 21, Garrett Lanahan 11, James Main with 10.
Well, I mean, it was great working with you, Joe. We got an exciting game. And hopefully, you know, maybe we'll see these teams match up again. I'd love to see a rematch.
In the Division 5 tournament. A lot of people would like to see that. So the first two winners tonight here in the Day Holiday Classic, Notre Dame of West Haven and Old Lyme coming up game number 3. It should be a good one between St. Bernard and New London. We want to thank our producer director, the head of digital operations, Peter Hoppy, the Demon of the Digits, our statistician, Mike DeMoro, and for the sports doctor, Glenn O'Brien, and the coach, Mr. Giusti, I'm Joe D'Ambrosio. We thank you for watching. Casey will be back with game number 3, so stay with us here in the third and final game. Final score, it was 51-50. Old Lyme beating Wheeler in game 2 of the Day Holiday Casting.
smokes. So luckily I got enough from the
Coach
coaches.
them on the floor together, along with Kurt Marshall and Tyler Mangual. The Saints can compete with anyone. New London has the most talented roster it has had in years, with J.J. Robinson and Troy McKelvin Jr. joining a returning Savon Warren and healthy Boo Boo Phillips to create their own Fab Four. At big men, role players, and emerging stars, and Coach Dave Cornish's biggest issue isn't depth or talent, it's expectations. They might be the green and gold standard of the ECC, but they need to beat the Saints to meet their own expectations. This early season matchup has the entire state buzzing. The Mohegan Sun will be bright and hot and filled with stars as the New London Whalers take on the St. Bernard Saints in the Day Holiday Classic with all the action live on Game Day on theday.com.
Well, it is time for the nightcap of the Day Holiday Classic following a huge win for Notre Dame and an exciting win for Old Lyme. It's time for the premier rivalry in the ECC, the New London High School Whalers and the St. Bernard Saints, with all the action here at Mohegan Sun live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health, located in Waterford, where your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today at Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call to book now. Casey O'Neill, along with the coach, Chris Giusti, and Coach, we have seen a blowout, but great players, an exciting game that came down to the wire, and now the nightcap between two teams that just keep getting more familiar every year.
Yeah, this is the marquee matchup around these parts of the state, and for New London, another year with the transition. Last year they had a new coach, this year some new players, still trying to figure things out. For St. Bernard, the more things change, the more things stay the same. How many years have we been calling Amir Gray's name on the court for the Saints? It seems like more than 4, but the senior has been the undisputed leader, and the Saints are ready to march to another championship again this season.
Well, on a championship march, there's a championship broadcast, and that means a championship guy like the sports doctor. He's down on the sidelines. What do you got?
Hey, Casey, Coach, both these squads are coming off of an appearance at the Dock Early Classic over the weekend. New London with a not-so-impressive 44-40 loss to Bloomfield. The offense kind of got stuck in the mud a little bit. But the Saints, wow, they handled business against a great East Catholic team. So it's a quick turnaround. Coach Casey, let's see what team responds quicker. Does New London kind of, shake off the rust a little bit from 40 points on the offensive end? Or does St. Bernard's keep on cruising tonight here at the Sun?
Well, the style here between these two teams couldn't be any more different. New London wants to run 10 deep, and even with Amir Hall not playing tonight due to an ankle, you're going to see 9 rotating in for New London, and maybe that's too many. Maybe we're going to see what their rotation shortens to. I joked that at St. Bernard's it's the Fab Four and who's ever on the floor. Well, it is going to be a lot of Amir Gray, Amari Marshall, Kurt Marshall, and the Mangual menace, because he is their defender. And whoever that 5th person is going to change throughout the year. They're waiting for Brevin Gonzalez to come back off an injury. He has worked so hard to become a part of that spot, and he's going to join Tyler Mangual and the Marshall brothers and Gray and make them even more long and electric. But until they get him back, they need to run in Darren Robinson, and they need to find Savion Melendez, and they got to find who that 5th piece is going to be. And New London's going to run waves at him tonight. Let's go to our PA announcer, Bill Glennie, to take us through to the opening tip.
Notre Dame West Haven was victorious over Hillhouse in game number 1, and Old Lyme took down Wheeler in game number 2 earlier tonight. Be sure to check out theday.com for athlete spotlights as well as full replays and highlights of tonight's games. Fans, at this time, we'd please direct your attention to the big board as we meet tonight's teams.
Deshaun Phillips, Regional Multicultural Magnet School. Savon Warren, Benny Dover Jackson Middle School. JJ Robinson, Isaac Middle School. Jameer Hall, Benny Dover Jackson Middle School. Jack Philistine, Regional Multicultural Magnet School. Gianni Jesus Pinero, Benny Dover Jackson Middle School. Jackson Bodette, Westside Middle School. Truman Kelvin Jr., Isaac Middle School. Isaiah Pasa, Isaac Middle School. Jeremiah Pasa, Benny Dover Jackson Middle School.
Beach Kilgore, Calipil Elementary.
Brevin Gonzalez, Batroc Elementary.
Shem Adams, RMMS Elementary.
Darren Robinson, Benny Dover Middle School.
Amir Gray, Calipil Elementary.
Curtis Marshall, RMMS Elementary. Nate Little, St. Joseph School. Tevin Wheeler, Huntington Elementary.
Tyler Manguel, North Wyndham Elementary.
Maurice Whalen, St. Mary's Elementary.
Christian Tompkins, homeschool. Thanks, Mom.
Savion Melendez, Colchester Elementary. Amari Marshall, RMMS Elementary.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet tonight's teams. First, for New London, a loss to Bloomfield Saturday dropped them to 2-1 on the season. Up next, they head to New Haven Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock to take on Hillhouse, led by head coach Dave Cornish. They're wearing their black jerseys with the Whaler green trim. Make some noise, Whaler fans. Let's meet your starting five. Starting at guard, a senior, number 1, Deshaun Phillips. Starting at guard, a junior, number 11, Javon Robinson. At forward, a senior, number 12, Jack Philistine. At forward, a senior, number 21, Jackson Bodette. And at forward, a sophomore, number 22, Troy McKelvin Jr. Fans, this brings us to the Saints. Wins over Woodstock and East Catholic have them sitting at 2-0 on the season. Up next, they will play in the Care Classic at Windsor High School on Friday at 1:45 as they take on Northwest Catholic. Wearing the white jerseys with red trim, led by head coach Mark Jones. Here we go, Saints fans. Let's meet your first five. Starting at guard, a junior, number 3, Darren Robinson. At guard, a senior, number 4, Amir Gray. Starting at forward, a sophomore, number 10, Curtis Marshall. At forward, a senior, number 14, Tyler Mangual. And starting at forward, a senior, number 34, Amari Marshall. Your officials tonight, Mr. Rob Bono, Mr. Greg Keefe, and Mr. Todd Morgan. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem being performed by St. Bernard's class of 2024, Mr. Ryan Brearley.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets'
It's time for the best segment of the game. Time for some freshly squeezed juice. Coach, what are the keys to tonight's game?
Casey, for New London, create chaos. Play aggressive and fast. Make the game unstructured with up-tempo offense and trapping defense. Don't settle. Attack the rim often. Use your team athleticism to create opportunities around the basket. And one and done, you must rebound on the defensive end. Don't let the Saints get extra opportunities at the basket. For St. Bernard, whistleblowers, not a lot of bench depth. If the game is called tight, adjust to make sure your key players stay out of foul trouble. Share and value, good ball movement, no careless passes. Get a shot every possession, and no middle. Don't allow the Whalers to drive to the basket. Protect the gaps and force contested jump shots.
The opening tip is sponsored by Kuchar Financial. When you want more than just tips, when you want sound financial planning, go see Lee Kuchar at Kuchar Financial in New London. Lee can help with financial planning and investment, tax preparation, and planning for your business and personal needs. Feel better about your financial decisions when you go to Kuchar Financial. We are ready here to tip it off. Referee Greg Keith will get us going. Badette and Marshall tip, and Amari Marshall wins it. And the familiar name Amir Gray will have the first possession for the Saints. Darren Robinson gets the fifth starter call for the Saints and launches the first shot of the game, a three, no good. Beautiful ball movement, however, and Amari Marshall finishes underneath.
New London opened up in a 3-2 zone. You don't always have box-out responsibilities when that happens. The Saints get an early offensive rebound.
New London again without Amir Hall tonight because of the ankle. Boo Boo Phillips drives, hangs, can't get it to go, and Gray with the rebound. Saints look to run. Trying to beat New London before they can get transition, and Kurt Marshall will draw the foul. New London went with the double bigs. Badette and Jack Philliston are starting along with McKelvin, so that's as big a front line as they're going to get with J.J. Robinson and Boo Boo Phillips in the backcourt. New London, we said, is going to come in waves, but the Saints are going to come at you with that Fab Four, and they are going to be tough to beat. We talked about Amir Gray. I'm going to ask you a question later on in the broadcast. I'm going to tease it now. That involves Amir Gray's career here at St. Bernard's. Kurt Marshall misses both. That is an area where he has struggled in the past. A little extra juice here in the early going.
Saints in their expected man-to-man. Start the game.
Badette to Philliston now, looking underneath, trying to get it to Phillips. They do. Spins at the block and knocks it down. He was banged up a lot last year, and I think a healthy Boo Boo Phillips goes a long way to making this New London offense better.
Little flex offense there from the Whalers. 1950.
Gray from the parking lot, short, long rebound to Mangual. Gray zips it. Amari Marshall for three. That's no good. The Whalers struggling to rebound, and Mangual loses it. Phillips pushing now. New London has numbers. Phillips all the way to the basket, stripped out of bounds. It'll stay with New London.
Yeah, that was one of the keys, I thought, for New London coming in, is they have to be one and done. They don't want to let the Saints get second and third chance opportunities.
The Brain Trust on the bench. Dave Cornish has Dan Spellman back for her second year, and Troy McKelvin has joined him on the bench. That's a lot of wins over there, helping out Dave Cornish here for New London. McKelvin flash, looks for the ball. Instead, Phillips has Robinson on him, pulls up for three in Robinson's face, no good, but Badette in the right spot for the rebound. New London a little out of sync here in the early going offensively. Now McKelvin drives. He's stripped by Mangual, but it'll stay with New London. I said to you earlier, I think the rematch of this game is where I'm interested, because I think New London is still trying to figure out how to incorporate J.J. Robinson and TJ, Troy McKelvin Jr., into their team. Two outstanding players, but getting them into the mix early on sometimes might be a slow process.
Yeah, and they're missing one of their key players tonight with an injury, so a new face starting as well tonight for them.
Marshall with a strong rebound. Gray tries to go off the dribble. Wild shot, no good. Philistine with a strong rebound, and Robinson will push for the Whalers. Here's where he's most dangerous. J.J. Robinson in transition, but blocked by Mangual. Whalers happy trying to make this a little ugly. Nice look. Marshall to Gray. Gray is fouled, and he'll shoot 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the more that New London can create traffic for St. Bernard, maybe force them to take some shots from the perimeter here that they normally wouldn't take. It's not as easy to shoot from the perimeter at Mohegan Sun as it is in your home gym. I think that plays to the Whalers' favor.
Well, one of the things about New London last year, we talked about when the knocks against them were that they didn't always play with energy, that they struggled in the half court offensively, and that they didn't have reliable three-point shooting or interior play when things went bad. I think J.J. Robinson is the perfect guy to bring. He's all energy, non-stop energy. McKelvin should give them inside presence and a scoring threat from outside. Philistine should give them inside presence. It allows Savon Warren and Caden Gaskin to come off the bench with a strong second unit along with Jameer Hall. It's all here. It's like I said in the open, it's the most talented roster he's had in a long time here. But they need to gel. The Saints are all gel. That's all they are. They are the definition of cohesive. McKelvin, nice fadeaway over the top of Marshall. Can't get it to go. Up ahead to Kurt Marshall. One-on-one with Badette. And we're going to get an offensive foul as Badette stood his ground and took the one from Marshall.
Yeah, good decision by Badette to stand in. He got the benefit of the call.
Early sub, Caden Gaskin into the game, replacing J.J. Robinson. And that'll slide Boo Boo Phillips over to his point guard spot. McKelvin, double teamed, loses the ball. And we're gonna get jump ball, possession arrow favors New London.
You know, Casey, the first couple possessions, New London was running the flex. That doesn't involve a ball screen. There you see they ran their first ball screen of the game. I have not seen a team defend a ball screen better than Mark Jones' St. Bernard Saints over the last couple of years.
Yeah, we talked about it last year, how they just made, people stopped running their offenses for that reason. There's passive and there's aggressive, and then there's whatever they do. I mean, it is unbelievable how they turn your ball screen into offense for them. Badette posting up Marshall with the early foul and the shot clock violation, and that's a lack of awareness, and you can see Coach Cornish very, very frustrated with them not realizing what was on the shot clock.
That's the point guard's job. The point guard has to know the shot clock in today's high school game.
Mangual puts it on the floor, floater in the lane, no good. Gets his own rebound, and he's tied up with Philistine. That'll be a jump ball, and that possession will stay here.
I do like what New London's doing defensively, though. They're clogging up the middle with these big bodies and, you know, rolling the dice that the Saints can't hit outside shots.
Nice look. Mangual and Badette fouls Kurt Marshall. He'll go back and shoot, too. So, you know the Marshalls, the brothers Marshall, are the nephews of New London great Matt Rollins. Did you know that Darren Robinson is his grandson?
I did not.
So there's the Matt Rollins connection on this Saints run strong as the first one goes down. And the Whalers, as Savon Warren gets healthier off of the meniscus tear that he had surgery on, as he gets healthier and starts, you know, filling more of a role, it's going to only add to the flexibility. That's why I'm saying this team that New London has tonight isn't going to resemble the one down the stretch. Whereas this St. Bernard's team, you know those four aren't going anywhere. Phillips. He can be the best player on the floor at times when he stays within himself.
Absolutely. 3-2 zone here from the Whalers. Using that length to try and encourage the Saints to shoot from the perimeter.
Gray is really the only threat here. Man, I'll let Mangual take that shot, even if he knocks it down. I'll let him take that shot all day. Gaskin with the rebound. He's going to push. Gaskin all the way to the basket. And KK finishes at the rim. And we're tied at 6.
He's one of my favorite players to watch in the ECC. He just attacks. No fear.
Well, it's not a surprise. He's in everything, wide receiver and safety and kick returner and punt returner. He's just electric in all sports. And he was a great baseball player. Great look, speaking underneath, Kurt Marshall. This is a coach question. Can you teach it, or is it just innate that players like Marshall always know exactly where to be to get the ball in a position to score?
I think a little bit of both. I know that's a cop-out answer, but definitely Kurt's IQ makes it easier to teach him the fact that you want to be in a diagonal position from the ball. Like, the more that you could create diagonal positions, the easier it is going to be to get the ball in a position to score.
Because I think some players, we yell and scream, and they're never open. Well, because they don't know how to make themselves open.
Right.
He is open. He knows where to drift, even in some unorthodox places. You see him get the ball in some weird ways. You figure, why would he be there? Because he just kind of knows where to be.
Yeah.
Phillips, Robinson on him. Boo-Boo pulls up, no good. Weak side rebound, Kurt Marshall. Robinson leaks out in the other direction, beats Phillips. And there's an opportunity. That might be the play of the game. It certainly is a candidate for the grade 8.
Ringling Brothers. Holy smokes.
Let's watch this acrobatic play from Robinson with Phillips all over him. Jordan-esque.
The no-look shot.
McKelvin, spin, left hand, and that's a play right on the heels of it. That's a pro move from Troy McKelvin Jr.
Yeah, nice spin to the strong hands. Once again, no ball screen, letting the guys operate one-on-one.
Marshall, straightaway 3, good! Amari Marshall showing the range. That's a part of his game that has improved dramatically.
London very deliberate so far tonight on offense.
Gaskin attacks, hangs, floats, soft touch goes.
He's been terrific off the bench so far.
Oh, dangerous pass. Marshall pulls up again for 3, no good. McKelvin tips it to Philliston and the Whalers with 35 seconds left. Down 3. They can run this thing down almost to the end of the shot clock, end of the first quarter. McKelvin, stripped by Gray. Those hands are always so dangerous. He gets it to Mangual. Mangual blocked by Badette. Badette now will give it up. 5 seconds left in the quarter. Phillips. And he gets fouled by Robinson as he was heading to the basket with 1.1 in the quarter. Time for New London to draw up an inbound play.
And not a terrible foul, though. They had plenty of fouls to give. Boo-Boo was on his way to the rim. Let's see what the Whalers have on their sideline out of bounds play. That's much tougher to get an easy shot off of sidelines out of bounds.
Long 3 from Boo-Boo is short. And we're at the end of 1. It's 13-10. St. Bernard's on top in a competitive first quarter. I think both of these two teams feeling themselves out. Getting to the rim has been part of what's kept New London in it. Gaskin for 2. You're going to come back and see if they can do more of it. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book.
Relive a century of history from the perspective of southeastern Connecticut with the new hardcover book, Front Page News, a century of big stories in the day, 1881 to 1981. This 136-page limited edition book captures the pulse of a region and a nation, showcasing the day's most iconic front pages from its first 100 years. Order today at theday.frontpagesbook.com.
Start of the second quarter upcoming. The Saints have a 3-point lead. Let's find out what the sports doctor has found out in his huddle eavesdropping. Sports doctor.
Yeah, Casey, hanging out in the New London bench area. I was overheard Dave Cornish talk about rebounding the basketball. Long shots, long rebounds, box out. And it looks like right now on the defensive end, they're pretty content with packing things in and just kind of keeping St. Bernard's away from getting to the rim. But they got to get the ball, got to rebound the basketball, and he wants to kickstart their offense off the rebounding and transition.
You know, last year the Saints, a lot of teams wanted to give them that perimeter shot, right? Don't let Gray get hot, but you'll let Mangual and Marshall and whoever the other Saint is, you'll let those guys shoot it. Amari Marshall stepping into that role has taken some heat off of there, but that's going to, at the end of it, perimeter shooting is going to go a long way for the Saints because as games get tighter down the stretch, they're not just going to be able to out-physical and get to the rim against everybody. They're going to have to develop that shooter. McKelvin was on his way. Obviously now he's going to be trying to fill that role in New London. Jameer Hall into the game for New London.
Looks like Kurt Marshall has a little problem with the uniform. Might have blood on the jersey, so looks like he's not going to be on the floor to start the second quarter.
So Savion Melendez, brother of Zaria, the X Factor, New London state champion, and a great kid from Colchester in the game for the Saints. Jameer Hall, brother of Amir Hall, gets it to McKelvin. McKelvin pulls up, hangs from the baseline. No good. Gaskin was up high. And McKelvin's going to get the foul as he ran into Mangual.
The Saints only shot 3 of 9 from the field in the first quarter, but they were able to take the lead by shooting 6 of 8 from the free throw line, whereas New London did not attempt a free throw, but shot 5 of 11 from the field.
Solid production from Savion Melendez. Gave them some good seconds as Marshall comes back in.
I mean, they didn't score, so I know
Yeah,
you might be tongue-in-cheek, but
he's 0, right, on the plus-minus?
Absolutely.
Savion's a good kid. Gray, that patented pull-up, he's so good. That pull-up from the elbow is what got him the moniker Ruthless. And that time he draws the foul, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2. So this is a good chance for me to ask you the question.
All right.
I asked this question to Mark Jones and others. So far, Amir Gray is a 2-time ECC Player of the Year. He was a semifinalist as a freshman, won the state championship as a sophomore, was a finalist as a junior. Assuming, I'm going to put this, we'll stipulate another ECC championship and another deep run in the States. Where does Amir Gray's career sit in the pantheon of ECC greats?
If they win Division I, it's number 1. And I've said this time and time again. For me, and all due respect to every other team and coach out there, there's one state champion in Connecticut. Double L or Division I. No team east of the Connecticut River, including the great New London teams, have ever won the Double L or the Division I state title. So if he wins that, it's number 1.
What if he's a three-time ECC Player of the Year and they lose in the state finals to Notre Dame?
Yeah,
and he's won one and he's lost two in the finals. What is he then?
Then it's, you know, it's this, that, and the other. Everybody's going to have their theories on who's better.
Mangual with a putback. Hall pulls up in the other direction, no good. And right now it's a 7-point St. lead. New London needs to figure some stuff out here before they get down 10. There's that pull up from Gray, kicks instead to Shem Adams. Adams no good, but look at Amari Marshall just outworking on the glass.
And that was one of the critical 3 keys to the game for New London. Must not let St. Bernard get extra opportunities.
30-second timeout for New London as they find themselves down 9 with the Saints scoring the first 6 here in the second period. And this is what St. Bernard can do. You know, I don't want to keep comparing them to Notre Dame, but the Saints are ranked as the #2 team in the state of Connecticut right now, losing last year in the finals to Notre Dame, and there's a reason for that. And this kind of subtle look up and you're down 14, feel like we're playing really well. How are we down 14? Is something I felt like Hillhouse fell victim to that. They looked up and they went, really, we're down 20?
Right.
This is a dangerous point right now for New London.
Yeah, and that's why you have to have a clear plan when you come into games against really good opponents, because the margin of error is so razor thin. You can't wait, like in the first game, rather in the last game, Wheeler could come back against Old Lyme. They could wait to throw in their 3-2 trap till later in the game, and they could erase a 15-point deficit within the rest of the quarter. But against a team as good as Notre Dame, West Haven, St. Bernard, those types of team, you need to know what you're going to do when the punches start hitting you early.
Our first look at Savon Warren into the game for New London. Gaskin takes Adams off the dribble, floats it, no good. Rebound underneath, stays with the Whalers, and they'll have it as an inbound.
So I think, right now it's Savon time. I think that's maybe one of the strategies that they had. If they start hurting us on the boards, we got to go to Savon.
Phillips knocks it down. That's a spot that he's comfortable with, little 10-footer.
Whalers still okay playing this 3-2 zone.
Marshall to Gray, long 3 for Gray, short. Rebound tipped and Warren gets to it. Whalers will push. Phillips spins, hangs over Gray, no good. There's Warren on cue with that athleticism, gets up, grabs the rebound and the putback, and they need Savon Warren to really exert his influence on this game.
Yeah, he's a difference maker, and as you referred to earlier, he's not 100% yet. He's kind of gonna keep him on a pitch count, so to speak, with his minutes.
Marshall in and out, and Philliston with a strong rebound, that big body. Phillips all the way with the left hand. Philliston with the rebound, back to Phillips. Goes up again with the left hand and scores, and the Whalers have cut it to 3 by working the glass.
Extra opportunities.
When you see Philliston's body out there and you think that he was a quarterback.
Yeah.
You want to tackle him in the open field? And then you realize that that's what the modern quarterback size looks like.
Right.
No, thank you. Gray in traffic, and they're going to call him for a travel. He got blocked, came down with it. J.J. Robinson will check in. McKelvin will take a breather. Now, you see by McKelvin going to the bench and Robinson coming in, that tells you how comfortable they are with Warren's abilities to work on the glass, because he and Philliston are it right now. Not that, the other guys don't rebound, but that says that they're comfortable with how Warren is, going to be, I think, especially on the offensive glass. Phillips, Gaskin, Robinson, Warren, and Philliston. Marshall, Gray, Adams, and Mangual. And Phillips will get the foul as he took it to the basket. That'll be on the arm. He'll take it underneath. First foul on Mangual, and that's another thing this Saints team is going to have to consider as they move through the season. You know, foul trouble becomes something they have to be acutely aware of. Phillips over the top on a spin over Marshall, and they've cut it to 1, and I'll tell you, Boo Boo Phillips is feeling it.
Yeah, he's showing up to play for sure.
Gray drives, tries to throw a seed to Marshall, and it bounced right back to him, and he'll end up at the line to shoot 2. I asked Mark Jones that question about Amir Gray's career, and he said, better than mine. I said, how about Tyson's? He said, well, Tyson's just different. I said, but what does it take? And he said the same thing you said. He said, if he wins Division I, he puts it all to bed. You can't argue anything.
Nope.
It's like, you know, the way I feel about Brady is like you can't, you know, until someone else wins 6, you just can't, there's just no argument to be made. So if someone wins Division I and they're the only ECC team to do it, you know, forget, you know, the 3-time player of the year or all that stuff. He wins Division I, it's him. He said the same thing about Amari. He's like, you got to put Amari in the same the same breath. They've done it all together.
Yeah.
2-point Saint lead. Phillips crosses over Robinson. Wild shot. That's the kind of thing they don't want. When Boo Boo's under control, that's the important part. When he gets out of control, as Gaskin stepped in and stripped Gray, and he'll draw the foul. When New London has issues, it's often when they start to play a little too individual. And for Boo Boo, an example there is he's on fire right now. He's getting to the basket, he's doing his own thing. You still have to have a little bit of court awareness, and he lost it for a moment there, as Badette will check back in and give Philistines a breather. So the other thing with Boo Boo is he's been hurt each of the past couple of years. You know, when he's healthy, what a difference maker he is.
He's such an athlete. Quick, first step, can hit the pull-up jumper.
Beautiful look down low to Badette. That's a great set from the Whalers, and we're tied at 20.
They scratched and clawed their way back into it, down 19-10, and all of a sudden it's 20-20.
Mangual, deep 3, got it! Tyler Mangual answers for the Saints.
That was almost that type of shot. No, yeah!
Crossover, Gaskin hangs, floats, and gets it to go. Basket is good, and the foul. KK made a play. And he has a chance to tie it up as he goes to the line.
Yeah, Mangual gambled, got hit with the nasty cross, and then makes another mistake by fouling, picks up his second.
And I think you're going to see teams become very aggressive with the Saints on the offensive end for that reason, because you're going to try to get one of those guys out of the game. You know, last year we said if it was Amir Gray, right? If Amir comes out of the game, things are so different, which is still the case, but any one of those 4 dramatically changes what they do.
Absolutely.
But it provides an opportunity, and Mark Jones and I talked a little bit about that, and as a coach, I'll ask you the question I asked him and see what your answer is after this possession here by the Saints. Kurt Marshall pulls up, no good. Badette, strong rebound. Boo Boo Phillips is going to push off to Warren. Warren, floater, no good. Not the shot they wanted, I don't think. How does having to incorporate players now help St. Bernard's as they move forward? Someone's got to be that 5th person. When someone gets a foul, someone else has to play. How does that help them as down the stretch?
It helps them a lot. We actually saw it in the second game when Eddie Fisk got into foul trouble for Old Lyme. They had to play a bunch of guys off the bench, and those guys are going to be so much more ready for their next game, having had to play under the lights of Mohegan Sun in major minutes. So you don't want to have to do it, but the earlier it happens, the better you are at the next time it's going to happen.
J.J. Robinson got to the basket like a jet, but he missed the layup and got hit hard on his way down. Boo Boo Phillips up ahead to Robinson. And that's too strong, and the Whalers need to take a breath as they're going to try. Robinson has now been in the crowd on back-to-back possessions.
But St. Bernard's still kind of falling into this trap. I am very surprised and also need to be complimentary towards this strategy from New London. Woodstock played zone against St. Bernard, and they had much better ball movement. They cut it up. But tonight, for whatever reason, the Saints aren't getting the same kind of movement against the zone, and they're really taking some bad shots.
I mean, I got to think East Catholic had to give them multiple looks as well. And, you know, the ball movement, you're right. But New London is, listen, athletically, they get with their length as well, they do get to provide some difficulties because there's 5 guys that are long out there.
Another tough jumper.
Boo Phillips, as Badette's giving him good minutes down low. Phillips drives, hangs with the left, no good. Warren with the acrobatic, Soren Warren. And the Whalers lead by 2.
2 circus shots tonight.
Gray lob to Marshall, too strong, but Kurt Marshall gets the ball and feeds Amari, blocked by Warren. Whalers starting to feel it now, Gaskin. And Gaskin's gonna get fouled by Robinson.
Gaskin has been a difference maker. Since he's come into the game, New London's has looked a lot more energized. Started with him getting to the basket right away. And that infuses your whole team when you see easy baskets go in.
Yeah, he and Warren have made the difference here to get New London back in it. The Whalers want 1 shot. Shot clock is off. Boo Boo's got the ball. Phillips guarded by Robinson. They obviously want an isolation, if you're curious what that shouting is. Phillips, wild left hand, no good. Saints might get a shot off. Gray at the buzzer, good if it goes, off the rim. And we are at halftime. The Whalers, with a big run in the second period, have pulled ahead 25-23. Great minutes from Savon Warren, Caden Gaskin, and the Whalers will take a 2-point lead into halftime. The sports doctor will have a couple of words with Coach Dave Cornish. Sports doctor, what do you got?
Coach, you guys are taking a 2-point lead into the locker room. What'd you like about the first half of your team?
We controlled the pace. We wanted to do what our strengths are, and we wanted to slow the game down with the team we have now, because we got some bodies that's out, so we can't run like we normally want to do. So,
with that said, Dave, they only play 5 guys basically the entire game. Do you have the bodies to wear them out, you think, down the stretch?
We just got to keep doing what we're doing now. I mean, they keep missing shots. We got to control the glass, and we got to push when we can push.
All right, good luck in the second half, Dave. Casey?
Thank you, sports doctor. Well, you know, it was an exciting first half filled with, as you said, Ringling Brothers-style shots. We saw 3 or 4 incredibly wild shots, and we're going to have a chance to look at all of them when we come back. We got some videos for you to check out, and when we come back, we'll have highlights of the first half along with some predictions for the second half. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
When I had got injured, I would try to get back up one more time, but I knew it was over, and it really hurt me because we were having a great game. We were about to beat St. Bernard's. We were up 21 points.
No, I just thought he had maybe twisted his ankle or, something like that, because when he came out, he was limping, so we subbed him out. We're not playing as well anymore. They're cutting into our lead. So I walk down the end of the bench again, and I say, what's going on with Savon, man? What are we doing? And they say, Coach, he can't even bend his knee. And right then and there, I just knew we were in trouble. I knew we were in trouble because that night he was our best player.
It was a little bit of a dark place, quote unquote. But then I just started studying basketball more. I started supporting my team more, really taking time to think of the sport and other aspects. I was just really sad that I couldn't be there and play for my team anymore. But I knew that I would be here next year. I took a lot of time to think about the mental aspect of the sport of basketball, and I just kept pushing through. That's all. If you keep pushing, you could get back to 100.
Well, Savon, he can do a little bit of everything. And he even said to me at one point last year, Coach, I'm a playmaker too. I said, okay, well, let me see. And I made a couple really nice passes. And I said to him, I said, Savon, you're right. You are a playmaker too. So we can play him at the 2, 3, 4, 5, wherever we want him, he'll go in and play that position.
I feel great now, honestly. I just got need in the opposite need, but I feel good now. You know, it's a new era. It's about to be a new era in the ECC. I'm just trying to get my last season and help my team get this state championship.
Well, Savon pretty much was our heart and soul of that team last year. He was that guy that, like I said, he did everything, and he played hard every single night. You didn't have to ask him, Savon, now you got to play hard. That was him. So when we lost him, that's kind of like our heart and soul. Now that he's back, he's still that guy.
So I think a lot of people know that last year you stepped away from basketball for a little while, but I think a lot of people also aren't entirely sure of why.
Yeah, so it was really just a mental thing. I lost a family member very close with him, and after I lost him, I wasn't loving myself the same way. And not only I wasn't loving myself, I fell out of love with basketball as well. So when I was playing, I didn't really feel enthusiastic about the game. You know, I was kind of just going through the motions. So I talked to my parents a little bit. I think I need to focus on myself before my team. And after I told the team about it, I had nothing but support from them.
Once he told me, you know, what he was going through, I was like, hey, listen, we got your back. Don't worry about that. Go do what you need to do, and your spot will be here when you're ready. It's hard to see one of your kids going through that. It wasn't about basketball. It wasn't about any of that stuff. Like, I could care less about that. I was just happy that he took it upon himself to say, hey, Coach, I need time. A lot of kids don't do that.
This is the first time, you know, something like this ever happened to me. So I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know if people would judge my decision in a bad way, if I wasn't getting any support, people would call me soft. But all I got was love, only love.
He used the word soft. He was afraid that he was going to be viewed as soft. What do you say to that?
I say that's ridiculous. I think he showed tremendous strength. I mean, to be as good as he is and to say I need to step away shows strength. You know, like, not many people can do that. A lot of people just suffer in silence. I mean, there's grown-ups that do that. And for him to be a high school player, be one of the star players in this league, and to speak up for himself, that's tremendous strength, man. I can't be more proud of him than if he scored 35 points.
What would you say to a young person who's struggling with how they feel, you know, with their emotions, with their self-worth, with, you know, with their place in the world, with their place on the basketball team?
I would tell them it's okay to speak up. You know, a lot of people, they think that if you speak up, you're gonna be weak, you know, people aren't gonna like you, people are gonna look at you differently. No one's gonna think that.
Have you found a passion for basketball that wasn't there before you stepped away?
Yeah, I feel like this year I'm even more hungry than when I came in last year. You know, more passionate, you know, I'm smiling a lot more, you know, I love my teammates.
That's the great thing about our team, is that we don't put basketball first. It's the other stuff. Like, we care about our kids. We care about their well-being, their health, all that stuff. And our kids did an unbelievable job. And we made sure that they kept checking on him and everything. And whenever he was ready, he was ready. There's a definitely different joy to him, and you could see it. He's smiling more, he's more talkative, he's more, you know, playful with the kids, and that's what makes you happy. as a coach. It's a brotherhood. You kind of grow a bond together that, you know, will last a lifetime for them.
Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book. Day Holiday Classic, the New London Whalers with a 25-23 lead over the St. Bernard Saints. And let's take a little bit of a rewind glance at how we got where we were. You know, early on, Juice, I was really impressed about how St. Bernard's got the ball to the basket. But once Caden Gaskin and Savon Warren came into the game, New London really turned up the intensity both sides of the ball.
Yeah, New London stopped giving the Saints extra opportunities. The Saints really haven't shot the ball like they usually do, but early in the game they were getting a lot of extra opportunities with offensive rebounds. Insert Savon Warren, and that all went away. And then you start to get confidence. That zone starts to look a little longer. There's not as many gaps. Some more jump shots got forced, and all of a sudden, St. Bernard's is not playing the style of basketball that they want to play. They're playing the style of basketball that New London wants them to play. And credit the Whalers, who took a punch and came back and were able to take command of the scoreboard. At least for now, they have a 2-point advantage.
Sports Doctor, I know you talked with Coach Jones. What did he have to say?
Hey, basically said his team was a little soft tonight. He was kind of surprised with the lack of energy. Where was that same kind of juice we had against East Catholic on Saturday? We're just kind of standing around, and he basically looked at me and said, Sports Doctor, it's don't like the way we're competing right now. So that's all we talked about in the locker room, is competing, bring our energy level up, and play with some sort of passion and intensity.
Well, New London will have the first possession of the second half, and that second half possession is brought to you by Kucher Financial. Located in New London, Kucher Financial will help you keep possession of your money through sound financial planning and investment. Tax planning, preparation for individual small businesses. You know, everyone wants to feel better about their finances. I know I do. So you should go see Lee Kucher at Kucher Financial. I do, and I let him make me feel more comfortable. So go see my guy Lee at Kucher Financial and say, hey, Lee, game day said you'll make me feel better. You know, I think Dave Cornish answered Sports Doctor's question in a very telling way when he said, we just got to keep doing what we've been doing, which is he senses that his team is, they have the understanding of what they need to do, but he's been here before. New London had a 20-point lead at St. Bernard's last year in that game that Savon Warren got hurt. You know St. Bernard's is going to come back right here and start throwing punches, because if Mark Jones told Sports Doctor they were playing soft, imagine what he said to them.
100% what I was thinking, Casey.
Robinson back in here now. McKelvin, and you see them immediately pressure the ball out of bounds off of Gray. But that, we talked about that ball screen and how they jump it. New London moved away from it, and I think you're going to see St. Bernard's now getting very, very aggressive with the ball handlers.
Yeah, as long as they don't pick up fouls, that's what they need to do.
Phillips, floater, no good. Nice box out by Amari Marshall. Up ahead, Robinson. Gray picked his pocket, was Boo Boo Phillips. Now Phillips loses it. And we're going to get a timeout. And no, he didn't call a timeout. They're going to call the jump ball, and the possession arrow shouldn't favor New London. It should be favoring St. Bernard's. And that's what I think Greg Hall is, Greg Keith rather, is going over. Greg Keith's going over and saying that arrow is supposed to go that way.
Yes, New London got the ball to start the half, so St. Bernard's gets it now. New London still content to play in this zone.
Taking a little page out of the Saints book as Robinson launches a three, no good. Taking a little page out of the Saints book, though, doubling on the screen.
Another forced three-pointer out of that zone, though.
Robinson has not scored yet for New London. There's a steal, but then Gaskin steals it right back, and he ends up fouling Gray.
Yeah, they actually took JJ out for an extended amount of time in the first half, and Gaskin did a good job in his absence.
And that's something, again, we talked about how McKelvin and Robinson are going to have to get acclimated. JJ wasn't coming off the floor last year no matter what happened. He needed to be on the floor for every minute at Fitch that he could be on. It's going to be, I think he's going to learn how to take breaks and how to apply himself when he's on there. Imagine, that motor of his is just nonstop. So Gray fouled as he gets to the basket.
Yeah, he does. This is only my first time seeing him this year. He looks different. He looks like he's just playing a different type of game. When we watched him against Fitch, you just knew it was north-south only. And even if there was a blockade,
that's right,
he's going through it. Now he's being more of a facilitator with this team.
Mangual, long straightaway three, back iron, no good. Tipped into Marshall's hands, and Amari Marshall gets up to the rim to finish.
That's been their best offense tonight, quite honestly. The missed shot and the offensive rebounds.
25 all. Robinson all the way to the basket, and an offensive foul as Mangual stood his ground. And that's Robinson trying to do a little too much, maybe.
Well, that's right on cue, unfortunately, what I remember from last year. But that's his game. He averaged, over 20 points a game, and he's got a scorer's mentality. But on that team last year, it was him and Xavier, and they can pretty much take those shots.
Marshall for three, good. Amari Marshall has really stepped up his perimeter shooting, and that puts the Saints back on top.
St. Bernard's has taken a lot of threes tonight. Kind of living and dying with that.
Now, there's an example of what I think Boo Boo Phillips needs to do to make his game better than what he is. He took it to the basket. He got to the line. All good. McKelvin standing at the three-point line with no one within 10 feet of him. That's a kick-out three. And now Boo Boo's going to knock these free throws down, and not a big deal. But as the point guard and the guy who's facilitating, you got to know how to get teammates involved once in a while, too. And, don't you think McKelvin could use a touch right now?
Yeah, all good points.
1 of 2 for Phillips. Marshall goes baseline. Badette does a nice job of closing it off. Very quiet night for Amir Gray.
Yeah, this 2-3 zone.
Great look, and Marshall buries it. Amir Gray to Amari Marshall. A familiar sentence that we have said many times.
Good post defense. Mangual battling TJ down there.
McKelvin gets it, spins, kicks up. Gaskin for three, short. McKelvin gets it on the floor. He gets tied up. It'll stay here with New London.
A good kick out. Inside out three, the best three.
I would disagree. The best three is the one that goes in.
Best three attempts.
Okay. Just like we said before when Mangual shot the long three and we said no, yes.
Yeah.
Best three is the one that goes in. Great play off the inbound.
Nice.
Gaskin finds Badette, and the soft touch from the big man off the glass draws New London to within 2. Right on cue. The answer, Mangual with a triple. Saints back up 5.
The Saints have attempted 4 threes this quarter and made 2 of them.
They'll take 50%.
Absolutely.
Gaskin drives, loses it on the floor, gets it back, and he's going to be on the end line. I think they're going to call out of bounds. It'll go over to St. Bernard's. 5-point lead. Feels like this is where we were in the first half.
Yeah, the Saints obviously got the message from their head coach. They've energized their defense. Here we see a little pressure from the Whalers.
Nice look, Robinson to Marshall, out of bounds to New London.
See, I just love that the changing defense. The more times you could change a defense, even with an experienced team, you know, you get it to one guy that maybe might see something different, and you get a turnover.
McKelvin, Mangual on him. Finds Badette.
Oh, nickel dimer.
New London struggling right now running that offense. A couple players not sure where to go to make themselves available. Got a little bailout there with that foul call. Gaskin. Back up top now, Warren. Phillips. Whalers really looking a little out of sync. Phillips, wild shot. And the Saints are going to run, and New London's offense is completely out of sync. Gray. Robinson for 3, short. Gray, offensive rebound, but he loses it. Warren pushing the other direction, and Gray picks his pocket from behind. Mangual, and off the hands of Amari Marshall, it'll turn it over to New London. I think that was he saw Thunder Dunk in his future and had to get it. Full timeout on the floor here. New London will call it. So with that timeout, we'll take a quick break. 5-point Saints lead. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
It's game time on the hardwood. And just as a basketball team relies on a solid game plan, your financial approach can benefit from sound guidance. Kuchar Financial in New London, Connecticut, led by financial advisor Lee Kuchar, focuses on strategies that can help individuals and businesses with financial planning, investment management, tax preparation, and more. Whether you're exploring retirement planning, investment advice, or business services, Kuchar Financial offers insights aimed at helping you feel more confident. Consider Kuchar Financial and stay informed about your financial path.
Coach, what have you liked from New London overall tonight that you would like to see them get back into the habit of?
Well, I like when they attack the basket. So whether it be out of their motion set or just taking advantage of a mismatch, I like when they get to the basket. You know, a couple possessions ago when Boo Boo drove, that was the right decision. He had the mismatch with Robinson guarding him. He's just got to find that safe spot, land on 2 a little bit shorter, not go into the trees, pull up and shoot a shot a little bit closer. But overall, you know, they're still in this game, only down 5. They have the ball. So keep going to the rim, try to get opportunities going to the basket.
A little surprised that he's ridden this lineup as long as it has. Philliston gave him some good minutes in the first half. Robinson, obviously, a new player. So, you know, let's see how New London heads down the final 2:40 of this third period. Gaskin drives. Nice shot. Caden Gaskin went by Amir Gray, used the glass, cuts it to 3.
I mean, I just think that's New London basketball. Get to the basket. Attack for offensive rebounds.
Long 3 by Gray, no good. Savon Warren with the rebound. Phillips drives, hangs, floats, scores. Boo Boo for 2.
And just keep attacking. Just keep attacking. Now St. Bernard's got to make an adjustment and show some more help. The last 2 drives to the basket, no help side defense.
Back to that 3-2 zone. Packing it in. You hear the coaches yelling, pack it in, hands up.
The Saints 2 of 6 from three-point land this quarter.
Nice look from Gray down to the cutting Curtis Marshall. That's what I talked about. He just always knows how to make himself available. Little floater by Gaskin, no good. Curtis with the rebound. Kurt handling it a little bit too long. Finds Gray. Gray baseline. Strong finish at the rim for Amir Gray. It's back up to 5.
Yeah, a little too much gambling. And London never settled back into that zone that time.
McKelvin. Spins, he's gonna draw the foul. They're gonna get the whistle. And no, Robbie Bono says he's gonna get the travel call. That's a tough one. I think it might be the right one, but it's a tough one. Because something forced him to go to the ground. He just didn't willy-nilly decide to drop to the ground on his own. But either way, it's a turnover and a 5-point Saint lead with the basketball. Philistine back in, Badette takes a seat. And the Iron Man minutes for the Fab Four of St. Bernard continues. Marshall for 3, no good. And there's Philistine with that rebound, just did back into the game. Boo Boo Phillips drives, and Amari Marshall. You can't draw on the Marshall.
Another 3-pointer, though, on the St. Bernard offensive end. 7 threes attempted this quarter.
Phillips hangs, no good. Tip, Curtis Marshall running 1-on-2. And we're gonna get a block on McKelvin. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, the Euro step, he was able to get by him.
You can see, just not quite set yet. No, shoulder lean.
I'd just like to see a little bit more of that from the Saints. Going to the basket, trying to get to the free throw line. 2 of 7 from 3-point range this quarter.
16 seconds remaining in the third period. Marshall with 2. And if there's been a, blemish on him tonight, it's been his work at the line. So the Whalers will have a chance at the last shot of the quarter as he misses both. Another empty trip for the Saints at the free throw line. So down 5 with the ball. New London has a chance to close out the quarter. 5 seconds on the clock. Phillips, wild shot at the buzzer, tipped around and no good. And the Saints will take a 5-point lead into the fourth quarter. Lid on the basket that time for the Whalers, and the Saints close. And no team is better in the fourth quarter than they are, thanks to plays like this. Amir Gray strong at the rim, and the Saints looking to close it out in the fourth. You're watching Game Day live on Day.com.
Follow Game Day CT on social media after the game for tonight's top play. Brought to you by Scient Federal Credit Union. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more. Ladies and gentlemen, the pressure is on. Your financial future awaits. At Kuchar Financial in New London, Connecticut, financial advisor Lee Kuchar offers a path forward. For individuals and businesses, Lee provides steady guidance, aligning your financial goals and investment strategies with your needs. Lee also offers bookkeeping and payroll services for your business. When you're looking to help secure your future, see Lee Kuchar.
It's the nightcap of the Day Holiday Classic live on Game Day here at the Mohegan Sun. The St. Bernard Saints will take a 5-point lead into the fourth quarter. Your paid attendance over the course of these three tonight, 2,429. So as the crowds have come and gone over the course of 3 games, Abdu Touré and Notre Dame of West Haven showed why they're the #1 team in the state as they throttled Hillhouse in game 1. And Eddie Fisk showed why he's a player to be on the lookout for as a sophomore at Old Lyme as they held off the well-coached Stephen Bailey's Wheeler Lions. And here, the old familiars, the Saints up 5 with the ball, looking to close. Marshall for 3, no good. Weak side rebound, Mangual. It'll stay here with the Saints.
London sticking with the 2-3, so as long as they stay within an arm's length, they'll probably, you know, in the age of the shot clock now, you can play zone and still come back into the game. But as it gets a little bit further, if the Saints can stretch the lead, they might have to change it up.
As a freshman, Amir Gray was ruthless for shots like that. No one is a better closer than number 4 for the Saints. They're up 7. He will get to that elbow and bury that shot every time that it matters. Good look, Warren, turnaround, strong. Gray. And we're gonna get a foul, I believe, on Philistine. So danger zone for the Whalers, down 7, the Saints with the ball, and this is why, you know, it's not always pretty, but the Saints at the end of games know how to close.
A lot of time left, and New London's gonna go to this 2-2-1, 3-quarter. See if they could create a turnover.
Gray drives. Philistine at the rim, protects Mangual, and there's Gray finishing it up.
That was all Mangual, though. Philistine had the rebound, and Mangual said, no, you don't.
9-point lead, the biggest that we have seen from the Saints. Robinson can't get anything done at the rim. Off the hands of Philistine to the Saints, and right now the Saints are clamping down on the defensive end.
I guess I'm going to turn the question back to you, Casey, for a change. What do you think of JJ tonight?
I'm going to stick with what I said originally and put it in that context. I think that the JJ you see tonight and the New London team you see tonight is not anything that you're going to see down the stretch. He is 3 games into his inaugural season where he knows that he has to try to acclimate himself to what they do rather than be the focal point. And it looks like he right now is just making the wrong decisions, trying to make something happen maybe when he shouldn't, and maybe not making things happen when he should. Right now he's just, you know, just not quite in sync with them. Gray, long 3, no good. Tipped rebound, and we'll get a foul on the Saints. So I think, you know, you mentioned, you said don't take too much out of game 3 of the season. So I'm going to say that up till now, he has looked, lost is the wrong word. He has looked deferential, like he's trying to be a good teammate. And I think as the season wears on, it'll all come together on how they can gel together. Like I said, they're looking to figure out how to gel, and the Saints are just all cohesion. And there's Robinson to the basket, and Marshall on the weak side block. But that's a good example. That's the way to get to the basket. That's how he should go to the basket. Unfortunately, he picked a tough matchup to go there. Phillips in the lane. Nothing going down right now for New London. Oh, Gray to Mangual to Robinson. Timeout Whalers as the Saints have increased the lead to 11.
And all the old timers are going crazy because the ball never touches the floor. The old fast break.
That is beautifully done. And that's what the Saints are best at. You know, get you turned over on the defensive end and run. And that's when they've gotten so good. I joked with Mark Jones. I said, are you going to call up Tammy and ask how you can win a state championship playing 6? And he laughed, and he looked at me kind of like the Sly Fox, like,
who's Tammy?
He looked at me and said, like, I know we may try that, you know. And I joked with him about it, but he's acutely aware, you know. Don't let me be down the stretch. Sports Doctor, I know you were listening in on the huddle. What'd you hear from Mark?
Coach Jones just said, let's finish this thing now. I mean, we've got them right where we want them. We've turned things up a little bit. We're winning the game on defensive end. And it's making things easier for us on the offensive end. He feels, Northern feels very uncomfortable right now, Casey. And like you said, the wheels have kind of come off a little bit. But the message was 5.5 minutes to go, finish the job.
That sounds about right. He said, you know, what he said when I asked, look, if you can win a state championship with 6, he said, as long as Amir's got the ball at the end of the game, we'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
Great defense from Mangual as Gaskin went to the basket. A 3 from Mangual, no good. Robinson, good rebound. And New London can't afford to give up too many second opportunities here. Marshall bullies in on McKelvin, and his brother picks him up. On the floor, what's the call here? We got a little shove on the floor, so Saints will have it underneath. I got to tell you, you know, looking at this game, Kurt Marshall's given them some great minutes. Amari Marshall's given them some great minutes, but in my opinion, up till now, Tyler Mangual has been the difference maker in this game for St. Bernard's.
Yeah, he's the X factor. He does the dirty work. He can hit some timely shots. And he loves playing with these guys.
Offensive foul. I think a little hook by Kurt. The old hook. New London right now down 11 needs a basket, a turnover, and a basket.
Well, plenty of time though, you know, so they need a basket. Let's start there. You know, I think Boo Boo has shown that he can get to the basket whenever he wants. He just has to finish.
A great defensive effort though. The Saints have sort of figured out that drive. Kurt Marshall, Amari Marshall, no good. Badette, he's given New London strong minutes on down low. J.J. Robinson, no good. Badette with a tip, no good. Mangual, awkward, but effective.
Mm-hmm.
Biggest lead of the game, 13.
Whenever he wants. He's got to learn to land on, watch a little Jalen Brunson. You know, get into the lane, land on 2, hit him with a fake. It's just, he gets to the rim whenever he wants. He's just, by the time he gets there, there's a lot of contact and the refs aren't always calling it.
The other thing, have you noticed every time that a Saint drives that Kurt Marshall is in position to score? I don't see Whalers in position. So when Boo Boo goes to the lane, he's getting 2 and 3 guys coming to him. Someone needs to be available. And I don't see it the same way I see it with St. Bernard's. Foul is on Kurt Marshall, and that's his 4th.
That's something to watch.
With 3:36, yeah, they're going to have to, you know, baby him a little bit. Dump down, Smart, Badette. That's a nice soft baby hook over the top of Amari Marshall.
They needed it too. That was opportune make for Badette. London, man to man.
Marshall's got to be careful with the ball as well.
Exactly. Can't charge in.
Amari Marshall, elbow, jump shot, no good. Rebound.
Ooh.
Caden Gaskin, but Mangual almost stole another one.
His hands are so strong, Case. You know, talking about he's just ripping the ball out of Philistine's hands, KK's hands.
The quarterback and the wide receiver. St. Bernard's with a timeout. With a 11-point lead. And that's a full timeout. So with a break in the action, we'll take a quick timeout. 2:58 remaining, 11-point St. Bernard lead. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, or advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today. Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call now to book.
Relive a century of history from the perspective of southeastern Connecticut with the new hardcover book, Front Page News, a century of big stories in the day, 1881 to 1981. This 136-page limited edition book captures the pulse of a region and a nation, showcasing the day's most iconic front pages from its first 100 years. Order today at theday.frontpagesbook.com.
We're back, 2:58 remaining, and an 11-point St. Bernard lead. New London with the basketball. Gaskin, Phillips, and Robinson. Robinson.
There it is.
There's the drive into the basket, right on cue. JJ. Little full court pressure from the Whalers. Nice look, Gray. Robinson all the way to the basket. And the finish from Darren Robinson.
Just enough English.
JJ spins, hangs, basket is good. Where you been, JJ? And here's to you, Mr. Robinson.
That's the guy I remember. That's the dude. The spin, the contact.
And I'm gonna go back to saying what I said. It's game 3, and he's trying to acclimate himself. And when he figures it out, how to be a part of this thing, they are going to be better for it. But it might take a little while.
And they're still not out of it here. Plenty of time left.
Again, up top to Robinson. Back to Amari Marshall, dangerous. He was barely over half court. Big possession here for the Saints. On the offensive side, big possession defensively for New London. Amari Marshall crosses over Savon Warren and smartly, wisely pulls it out. Now Gray spins off the double team. Throws it to Robinson for a 3. Good! Darren Robinson with the ice water triple.
Wow. Wow. From the college line, too.
Phillips kicks out. Warren forgoes the 3. TJ's in the middle. Gray saw it, picked it off. Amari Marshall runs the floor. Euro step and finishes at the basket. And just like that, it's back to 13 again. Robinson to Gray. Oh, and speaking of the circus being in town, Amir Gray adds to the mix.
Spinorama.
And it's 15. With 51 seconds remaining, I ask you, Juice. I mean, this has been, you know, it's one of those nights where you could pick any Saint you want. Who's the Saint that you feel like has made the most impact on this game for them?
I mean, this is not what I'm saying the player of the game should be, but how does Mark Jones do it? This kid, Darren Robinson, he's making plays. The circus shot, playing defense all game long on Boo Boo, and now he hits a big-time three. How does Mark Jones infuse confidence into these guys that they can compete? It's amazing, really, what he does for those players. Didn't answer your question. I was just on my mind.
Demetrius Kilgore into the game. Robinson getting a big hand. Listen, I think it's Mangual. You can give it to Gray every night, and you could give it to Omari Marshall most nights. But I think Mangual was the difference maker. But you know what? I don't think you're wrong about Robinson, because for them to win, they have to get something out of that 5th spot, and he gave it to them tonight. So I don't have any problem with Darren Robinson being the player of the game, because, you know, they have to get answers from that 5th spot. I thought Mangual played brilliantly. I thought, you know, Marshall and Gray, but you know what? They're supposed to.
They always do.
And that's their force. So I don't have a problem with Robinson at all, because you know what? That young man, when he plays like this, you got to ask, how are you going to beat this team?
It's just a credit to Jones. He's a savant, man. There's just some guys that are savants, and he just, something about him is wired for basketball.
He's a great coach. But between Robinson's defense on Phillips and, you know, hitting big shots and running the floor and just, you know, knowing that every team is going to come after him. You know, that's the thing. Every team is going to try to find that matchup against him. And he stood the ground.
He held his grounds, for sure.
At the end of it all, it's a 15-point St. Bernard win in kind of a ho-hum fashion here in the nightcap of the Day Holiday Classic. The sports doctor will talk with head coach Mark Jones, as well as the Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game. We want to say welcome to our new sponsors, Kucher Financial and Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game. You know, nestled in the woods of Lebanon, Connecticut, Roberto's Log Cabin is the cozy rustic home of comfort food. It's family owned and operated. The Cabin, as it's fondly known. He offers a diverse menu, hearty fare from burgers to the best ribs in the state. And I got to tell you, Juice, I have eaten there more than a few times, and there is a great menu there. Now, they've got newly renovated tavern, great menu with beers and cocktails. They have the new hallway of history, and it's just a fabulous, fabulous place. So go in and see Rob and the crew. Tell them you heard it on game day that Roberto's Log Cabin is the place to be. Now, the sports doctor is with Coach Mark Jones and the aforementioned Roberto's player of the game, Darren Robinson of the St. Bernard Saints. Sports doctor.
Yeah, Roberto's player of the game is Darren Robinson tonight from the St. Bernard Saints. Listen, T-shirts provided by Sporties. Wear this down to Roberto's. Bring your family, bring your teammates. You guys get a free plate of wings. First of all, there's a lot of stars on this team. There's a lot of guys. You're kind of like the 4th or 5th man. When your number's called, talk about how ready you are.
I'm always ready because I know my guys got my back. Bench throughout everyone. They always got my back, so I'm just a star on my own role. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I always call it the lunch pail things. You hit a circus shot, you hit a big three. So it just seemed like when your team needed a little bit of spark tonight, even on the defensive end, you were there.
Yeah, I'm always there. I always got their back, like I said, and I know they got mine. So on defense, I just help and then just get it to my stars, and we win the game. We all play together.
All right.
Yeah.
You're our player of the game tonight. Mark, I don't know if you noticed this, but you guys started a little sluggish. What was the message at halftime?
I mean, we just had to play better. I mean, we were fumbling the ball a little bit and everything. And sometimes, you know, in big games, that happens, you know. But as we have seniors, you know, they stepped up. So
now you've got New London packed it in the zone early and kind of gave you guys a little bit of trouble. Talk about some of the adjustments you made coming out of the locker room.
I mean, and it's early in the season, so you know what I mean? So you can't go over every single thing that you're supposed to be able to go over later in the season. So, you know, we wanted to ball screen a little bit more on the zone and distort it a little bit, and I thought we did a better job of that in the second half.
So whether it's the league, whether it's Fitch, whether it's New London, East Catholic the other night, you've seen to put yourself in a position with the schedule that every night's going to be tough.
Yeah, it should be. Right. And the kids that we have earned that right. You know what I mean? Like, we have a good group of kids, and they want that too. So I'm happy with it.
Is winning on this court ever get old?
Never. Never. Never.
All right, listen, happy group of Saints here at Mohegan Sun, Casey, doing work against the Whalers.
Thank you, Sports Doctor. And, you know, I think as we go through these highlights, Coach, any given night, Amir Gray, Amari Marshall, Kurt Marshall, Tyler Manqual, but I can't stress enough when Brevin Gonzalez comes back, Coach Jones now knows he's got Darren Robinson, Brevin Gonzalez. You saw some minutes from Shem Adams tonight. It's going to be that fifth guy because the target is going to be on that fifth guy. When you play the Saints, you saw the Whalers said, who's Robinson Garden? That's who we want to attack with. Where's Robinson on the offensive end? Let's give him the room. Every night, that fifth guy is going to be the mismatch. And if he plays whoever that fifth guy is, like Robinson did tonight, I mean, this good luck.
Yeah, I think New London on offense did exactly what I would have done most of the time with attacking that matchup. I think Boo Boo could get by him, 9 out of 10 times. But for whatever reason, now this is where you got to give credit to Darren, is that Boo Boo wasn't able to finish. So maybe the physicality, the length was bothering him on the drive. And that's why I think he was a deserving player of the game, because he held down that matchup on defense.
Well, it was a fabulous day here at Mohegan Sun. Congratulations to Notre Dame, Old Lyme, and St. Bernard. Not surprisingly, the defending Division I state champion, the defending Division V state champion, and the runner-up of Division I last year, right back in the mix here at Mohegan Sun in the Day Holiday Classic. Coach, it's the first of many. We'll be back Friday, January 3rd, New London Fitch. That should be a really good one. We are going to be all over the ECC as always. So the game day season is just beginning. And we saw some incredible circus plays tonight. Plays that are worthy of the Grade 8. And it is with great pleasure and pride that I am happy to announce that next week, or actually, we're at Monday, tomorrow, we'll be heading towards the launching of the Grade 8. And for the first time ever, we have a sponsor, Athletes of the Future. We'll be sponsoring the Grade 8, and we are proud to bring them on board. And we are going to have a lot of chance to talk about what Athletes of the Future does as they train athletes on and off the field and court. And we're happy to have them in the game day family. So for the sports doctor, Keith O'Brien, for the coach, Chris Giusti, and for all the assorted personnel here at Mohegan Sun and at the Day, thank you so much, and Joe D for stepping in as well. It would not have been a day without any of you. The Day Holiday Classic, a rousing success. Thank you to Jim Bunicor, and thank you to Tom Cantone and all of the folks here at Mohegan Sun for putting on this great event. We are happy to have you live on game day on theday.com.